Lords and ladies, good evening. Tonight we gather around the round table to discuss King Arthur, whether he was real or merely a myth, and also where the myth came from, where the sources of this myth spring from, which areas it's important to, why the myth might have been formed, and other related issues. I'll also give you a couple of reading recommendations in case you find yourself wanting to learn more about King Arthur. So, let's begin by just observing how influential the Arthur myth has been. And also, somebody please comment to make sure that everything is going well in terms of stream quality, audio, all that stuff. Because you never really know with YouTube what you're getting until you just get underway. Well, thank you. Let's see. So I guess one thing that sort of renewed my interest a little bit in Arthur several years ago, because I've read about Arthur before. I think when I was an undergrad, I read the Jeffrey Ashe book I'll talk about a little later. But one of the things that started to really renew my interest was, I think it must have been in 2020 or 2021, I played Yakuza Like a Dragon right when it came out. And one of the plot points is that your hero, Ichiban Kasuga, is a little bit touched. And he has hero fantasies from playing Dragon Quest as a kid. And he also has this little King Arthur moment where he sees a bat that is stuck in concrete, and then he manages to extract it, and it becomes his kind of holy weapon. And then in his own mind, he envisions himself wearing a suit of knight's armor as well. And so this was a game from just a few years ago, and it's from an East Asian tradition. So this is something that seemingly should be completely unrelated to King Arthur. Yet the myth has become so common and so replicated in media that people around the world are aware of it. So just to give you a sense of scale and of how this myth is available even outside of the US and Britain and France and the places it's typically associated with. Let's make sure everything's good. All right. So, the first source that we have that's relevant to the hunt for Arthur, because what we're going to do is I'm going to first talk about the historicity of Arthur, and then from there I will move into the myth and some of the elements of the myth. And the major player in the shift between possible history and definite myth is Geoffrey of Monmouth. And it will take us a while to get to him, by the way. But the first person to write about Roman Britain, at least post-Roman Britain, so after the withdrawal of the Romans in 410, the first author we get is Gildas. So Gildas is a Welsh monk. By the way, by the time that the Romans have withdrawn from Britain, the remaining Romano-Britons have taken the name Welsh, or at least that name is kind of synonymous with Romano-Briton. And it's derived from a Latin term, and I can't remember the exact meaning of it, but that's pretty easily available if you want to Google it. Anyhow, Gildas wrote a work that translates as On the Ruin of Rome, or De Excidio Britanniae, and he talks for the first 20 pages or so about how the Saxons had overrun some parts of Britain, but then native rulers had established stability. And now he's bitching because in his time, the grandsons of that generation that had fended off the Saxons have become complacent, and he's worried that disaster will be just around the corner. And then he has about 60 more pages just talking about Bible verses and stuff like that. So Gildas, interestingly enough, does not mention Arthur or really anyone like him. So Gildas, our most contemporary source with what would be the time of Arthur, and most people would agree that if Arthur were real, he has to live sometime between about 450 and 540. So somewhere in that time frame would be the age of Arthur. So all of the stories that later come about him say that he's kind of a generation or two removed from the Roman Empire, but not super far removed from it. So it's possible that he was contemporaneous with the last vestiges of Roman rule in Gaul, for instance. But Gildas, who's writing probably somewhere around 520 or 30, does not mention an Arthur. And so this is a pretty damning piece of evidence, actually, for the historicity. Because if Arthur was this great conquering hero, one would expect to find him. The next source that mentions something about an Arthur is a poem called E. Gododin. Or I don't know exactly how to say that. But Gododin was, or however you want to say it, was a small kingdom in North Britain. And there was a battle between Gododin and one of its neighbors, I believe probably Strathclyde. And these two kingdoms selected warriors, so they had a select number of warriors. I think it was 300 on 600. And one of the great warriors from Gododin was a really frightening physical prospect, and he was taking out several guys by himself. And one of the verses is that while he was no Arthur, he was, of course, very formidable. And so that's really the first mention of the name Arthur as kind of a warrior figure. By the way, speaking of manuscript art, which we weren't, but this is a hell of an illuminated manuscript. It's probably some of the best manuscript art I've ever seen. Anyhow, it's just a reference to an Arthur. And one thing worth mentioning is that in both Latin and in the more Celtic languages, Arthur has associations with bears. So this could be a name, or it could be just a reference to someone being bear-like, kind of like more of a title. Interestingly enough, there actually is someone who might correspond with that reference from the E. Gogadin, or I don't know how to say it. Just pretend I said it right. And this is Arthur MacAdon, or MacAdon, I guess would be probably a better way to say it. But Arthur MacAdon was a prince of Dalriada in the late 6th century. He is historical, and he actually dies in battle fighting the Picts. So he never got to be king, but he was a prince and he was a warrior. And he is celebrated in some of the historical writings from the north. So there's a possibility that he was being referenced in that poem E. Gogadin. And this might be a completely different story altogether from anything having to do with a King Arthur. But I guess he could be kind of a candidate too. I don't think anybody's advanced that on like a book level that this is the source of the Arthur legends, but he seems like a decent enough candidate if you're really trying to push it. Because as we'll see, there are a lot of these theories that kind of don't have a whole lot behind them. It's just based on a couple of passages, and it's just a lot of assumptions beyond that. And one thing I guess I forgot to mention in the preface, I should say, is that a lot of the hunt into Arthur reminds me a whole lot of those communities that try to look into true crime cases from the distant past, especially the Zodiac Killer community, where a lot of people have pet theories that are very, very thin, and yet they believe in them very passionately, and they've devoted years of their lives to researching minutiae about obscure minor criminals who have been dead for decades. Arthurian scholarship's a little bit like that. I would say it's a little more productive, though, because in order to try to prove your theses about King Arthur, you end up having to learn a lot of ancient and medieval history. So, even if you, in this case, miss the stars, you end up at the moon. So it's not the worst thing in the world. How are we doing? Alright. Now, next up, we have another Welsh legend that I don't really know how to pronounce. And that is the Prydw Unfwyn. This is a story about a great raid where Arthur is the leader of a group of a few ships, and they are going to try to raid Ireland, but then they end up going to the underworld or otherworld or whatever it's called in Welsh mythology. And of the warriors, only a handful survive. So imagine Jason and the Argonauts, the really depressing version. And so in this one, Arthur's kind of a strong-willed, foolhardy adventurer. Not a whole lot like the Arthur of Geoffrey of Monmouth and later. And by the way, both of those poems, the dating of them is a little bit difficult. I was going with the assumption of the earliest possible dating. So it's possible that those are actually later than, say, Nennius and some of the things we're about to talk about. But again, as you might be aware, manuscripts don't last forever. And so a lot of times when we're trying to figure out when this thing was first written down, it's based on linguistic evidence and it can involve some guesswork. And the books I've been looking at for this, like the books by Tony Sullivan and the Jeffrey Ash book, these are very much trying to make as strong a case as possible for Arthur. So this is being as optimistic as humanly possible, rather than being as skeptical as possible. And I guess I should specify as optimistic as possible for someone who cares about the proper use of historical evidence about that. Because we've met people.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, finally here, man. Glad to be here. That was miserable.
Oh, what were you up to?
No, just I had a bad stomach virus this week, so essentially I had to do everything today that I wasn't able to do for a few days.
Oh man.
And yeah, and I had to finish a bunch of just work stuff, and it was I'd hoped to be finished sooner, but other things happened, and then I had to get somebody some medicine, and you get what I'm trying to say. So that's why I was a little late. I had a
Right.
time to be on right on time, and then somebody needed ibuprofen.
Ah, shit. Well, I mean, I guess
Whatever, man.
given your kind of work, though, usually you're preparing for one kind of round table, and now you're at another. So
Yeah.
you just can't seem
So
to avoid. You just can't seem to find the square tables.
so no, I'm very glad to be here, and I did hear what you were talking about with the. I have been listening to you for the last 2 minutes. Okay.
All right. So I was just going through the earliest sources that might deal with the Arthur legends. We're gonna do the history and then get into the how it becomes the myth that we're familiar with.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I was just talking about I was talking about how there actually is a candidate who lived in sort of like the borders of Scotland and he was a crown prince of Dalriada, which is a small kingdom. It's founded with the Irish, by the way. So it's like a kingdom that stretched across the Irish Sea, and he was killed in battle against the Picts. But
Okay.
nobody's really
That's
advanced that thesis. But he actually probably was referenced in that one poem I was talking about, the Ega Doden.
got you. So you're talking about the Irish invading England, right?
Yes. And
Yes,
when I
they
say,
did do. I remember reading about that in Bede many years back when I was had to read Bede.
yeah, actually, Bede won't really play a role here tonight because, the Saxons don't give a fuck about King Arthur because he's not one of their figures.
Interesting, interesting.
Yes,
Okay,
it's actually, I guess Bede and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle would fit about in this period. Neither one of them mention King Arthur. So, and there's
right.
nobody who would fit the role with another name. Like, there is no great Welsh ruler who is kicking ass and taking names. Then
Yeah,
again, I
main
mean,
thing I
it's
remember about Bede. Remember, main thing I remembered about Bede is if you're a Christian, you're a good, heroic, kindly person. If you're pagan, you're absolutely evil and you eat babies.
pretty much, yeah. Although he is known as an innovator, actually, because one innovation that Bede makes is he's the first to actually start dating things from the crucifixion of Christ, or
Interesting.
or
Did
maybe it's from
not
the
know
birth of
that.
Christ.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, he's the first to start using the same kind of numbering for dates that we use. Because before that, it was
Okay.
kind of
Yeah.
like, I'm going to date it from this random thing. And then Bede started doing that, and everybody copied him. So Bede actually is an innovator, but yeah, most of his writing is not that good.
Yeah, I was a bit. I mean, there's always gonna be a bias, but I mean, his is some of the most awful I've ever seen in a work of history that we have to rely on.
Well, I mean, he does call himself he's writing the history of the English church, not the history of, English politics or objective political history.
Fair. Hey, Fair point, but it was even worse than I expected.
Yeah, I mean it is very
Like,
predictable though. I mean, there's at least you know what you're getting with Venerable Bede.
I, true, I got, but I do want to say I got so aggravated I was rooting for the pagans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whenever those pagans would kill some Christian king, I was like, yeah, go get them. But anyway, continue on, sir.
Okay, so our next source that is relevant to the discussion is Nennius, who wrote the Historia Britanniam. This source does not mention Arthur. However, it does mention, I believe, Ambrosius Aurelianus. And it also mentions that the Britons had come under the rule of a tyrant named Vortigern, even before that. So he's attempting to kind of paint a picture of Britain post-Roman, which is a little more detailed than Gildas. It's not entirely clear where he'd have gotten these details, though. But still, even if he is making some stuff up, possibly, that made up stuff does not include a king named Arthur. He actually does mention an Arthur, if I'm getting this correct, because I got notes on most of these things. For some reason, I did not do a very good job with my Nennius notes. I want to say Nennius might have mentioned an Arthur as a Dux Bellorum, which means a Duke of War, which is actually not a real title. Because the Romans would call you the Dukes and then of an area. They wouldn't call you the Dukes of War. That's not a thing. So he was mentioned as kind of like a grand general that the kings turn to coordinate their forces. But he's not a king. And if this passage is correct, then he was basically like the Sun Tzu of the Britons. Maybe. So that'd be like the maximal reading of that. Now, this will actually be the last major mention of Arthur prior to Geoffrey of Monmouth. So that's all we have. The evidence on the ground is very thin. Let's consider for a minute, though, a little bit of archaeology. So one thing to keep in mind is that there are sites in Britain named after Arthur that claim to have a connection to him. Most of them are in Wales. We don't know exactly when these date to. Most of them are probably actually fairly late. I've seen a map in Tony Sullivan's book that actually is very detailed. We've got all kinds of dots in Wales and also in South Wales. So this area down here in Cornwall for a long time was holding out against the Saxons. So it was called South Wales for quite a while. And there's also a kingdom called Strathclyde, kind of either very North England or the Scottish Lowlands. And so in those places, that's where you find most of these remains. Because for the Welsh people, Arthur is very much their hero, although obviously he has become adopted well outside of that range. So those could be some evidence, but again, probably late and probably not that good. The other possibility that at least one English professor raised was that Camelot could be the ancient center of Camulodunum, also known as Colchester. So this had been an old oppidum back in the time of the Gauls. This was a city that Caesar and his successors had to fight against. That being said, if we think about the logistics of a potential Saxon invasion, this is right on the East Coast. This would have fallen immediately. And so there would be no way for Arthur to marshal his forces here and then retake the East, because this is pretty much on the coast. So this is just really looking at the word and saying, huh, kind of sounds like Camelot. Must be it. But anyway, I find this extremely unconvincing. So what do you think so far of the evidence we've marshaled from the pre-Norman period of England?
I don't have much of an opinion on it at this point.
Okay.
But that's because my cards on the table, I very much view Arthur as very much a literary creation.
We're going to get to that, because that does seem to be the consensus opinion.
Yeah, yeah, kind of like with in the case of which I mentioned to you before, In Search of Dracula, that book,
Yes.
and to be fair, that book doesn't say that Dracula is based on Vlad Tepes, but it just says that's where he got the name from, and maybe like one or two like folkloric ideas were passed on that Bram Stoker heard about, right? But it wasn't like he was reading a biography of Vlad Tepes was thinking about him when he conceived of Dracula. You
Right.
know,
I mean, if
it's
anything, he probably only would have known some very, very basic things about Dracula, the real one, I mean.
yeah. And insofar as he makes him a noble and a knight who fought the Turks and all the rest, so there's a connection, but it's so thin, Although Vlad Tepes we definitely know existed, uh,
Yes.
and in the case of Arthur, it just seems to me that it's a literary tradition that is harkening back to a great warrior king from the Dark Ages, is what it's always struck me as. And then the actual legends themselves, I think it was Tolkien who said it's essentially a French import.
Well, we'll get to that because I think it's kind of a Welsh-French co-production. Um,
Okay.
the Norman Conquest is the next major event that concerns us. So obviously the Anglo-Saxons had not been fans of Arthur because the Welsh legends about Arthur are about this guy who kicked a bunch of Anglo-Saxon ass. And for those of you who might not know, what the Anglo-Saxons did to the Welsh is essentially what the Vikings tried to do to the Anglo-Saxons. They tried to rape, pillage, plunder, and conquer. And they had some successes, but obviously not as many. So anyhow, the Normans will overrun England in 1066 after the Battle of Hastings. After they conquer England, they build castles everywhere to keep the native Anglo-Saxons in check. Around that same time, Wales, which has normally been divided among petty kings, has become much more unified. And so Wales and Norman England go to war. And over time, the Normans conquer Wales. But to do that is a slow process because Wales is mountainous and easily defended. And so they have to build lots of fortresses. And they also have marcher lords. So they have guys who are more or less full-time garrison commanders who are trying to chip away at Welsh independence inch by inch. And into that area where they're building fortresses and settling families is born a young man named Geoffrey of Monmouth. So he's a French-speaking noble who's educated, but he actually grows up in Wales. And so there's a pretty good chance, therefore, that he would have interacted with a lot of the locals, maybe even had like a Welsh nursemaid at some point. And so he might have come into contact with some of these stories that the Welsh tell about a king named Arthur. And so, Geoffrey will write the more or less definitive account of the story of Arthur in his work that's supposed to be the history of the King of Britain. It's supposed to be the history of the kings of Britain. Although that's actually not the real title. I think the real title is more generic, but it's often translated as the history of the kings of Britain. And while he's trying to detail all of Britain's history up until his own time, obviously the Arthur stuff is what he's known for. So if you Google Geoffrey of Monmouth, it's pretty much all Arthur stuff. And that's why his work is still read to this day. His version of Arthur is very expansive. So some of the previous works, I think even Nennius talks about Baden Hill. Or actually, Gildas even talks about Baden Hill, but he doesn't mention who does it. So Baden Hill has long been accepted as a probably historical battle. And then there was a later source that talked about the 12 battles of Arthur, Baden Hill kind of being his capstone. Well, in Geoffrey's account, he says, fuck that. What really happened is this. Arthur is the son of Uther Pendragon, who was in turn related to Ambrosius Aurelianus. So they have a long, at least a couple generations of legacy. And they also have some ambiguous relationship with Vortigern. Uther dies. The land is without a ruler. Arthur's a teenager. He's being raised by Merlin, who is a magician. And then he goes and visits London, where there's a sword and a stone. He pulls it out. Everybody rejoices and declares him king. He's about 15 or 16, and now he just immediately starts kicking ass. And I want to say Baden Hill's his third or fourth battle within a year. So he's just winning victory and after victory after victory against the Saxons all over England. Then he has a period of peace. He goes and he conquers Denmark and Norway. So the Anglo-Saxons and everybody who might be related to him is totally defeated. He then later is provoked by the Romans in Gaul because they demand he pays them tribute, so he gets pissed off and invades Gaul. He conquers Gaul easily, of course, and then he's about to invade Italy when he receives word that his wife Guinevere has been seduced by his treacherous son, or maybe nephew, named Mordred. So he has to double back, and he will defeat Mordred, but not before he receives a fatal wound and dies. Or actually, some of this was from Thomas Malory. So some of this was added in. Actually, no, Thomas Malory's more of like the elements like Excalibur, the name sword, and all that. So anyway, Geoffrey of Monmouth starts something very new. This is like that French romance you're talking about, like the romantic elements. Because Geoffrey is from a different culture and a different time. That being said, while Geoffrey gets that ball rolling, not too long afterwards comes Chrétien de Troyes, who will add a lot of the more romantic elements. So Chrétien de Troyes is the guy who will come in and add a lot of the romantic entanglements. He also is someone who has a lot of royal patronage. So it's possible that Geoffrey had this agenda earlier, but with Chrétien it's pretty obvious that one of his motives is to link together the French world and Britain, precisely because new rulers of England are the Norman French. So if we want to look at who his patrons are, early in his career, he will work for the daughter of Eleanor of Aquitaine and Louis VII of France. So they're briefly married before she gets divorced and marries Henry II. By the way, Eleanor will also become mother of Richard the Lionheart and John Softesword. But the daughter that she produces with the King of France is named Countess Marie of Champagne. So she will first be Chrétien's patron, and then after she gives up on him, he'll be taken in by a man named Philip of Alsace, who's the Count of Flanders, and he was known as the flower of chivalry. So it's in this 12th century period that chivalry starts to become a big thing, that people start to really embrace it as a way of life, or as an ideal even. And so you see a lot of chivalry now in the Arthurian legends. You also see a lot of things like stone castles, which were kind of a new thing in the 12th century. And heavily armored knights, because armor was getting more and more elaborate. And by this point, 100 years or so after the Norman conquest, that armor was starting to look like the sort of heavy plate armor that we normally associate with high medieval knights. And so that's now something that Arthur and his merry men will be using. And so this leads us a few centuries later to probably the guy who completes the Arthurian legend, and that is Thomas Malory, who is a nobleman in England, and he writes La Mort d'Arthur, so the death of Arthur. And his is probably the definitive work. All the details now in place, everything from the sword and the stone to the incestuous relationship that produces Mordred, to Lancelot and his courtly love for Guinevere, which is chivalric. So all that comes from Thomas Malory. And he's probably writing this stuff when he's in prison, by the way, because Thomas Malory had a very up and down life. He's kind of caught in the politics of the York and Lancaster conflict, the War of the Roses. And so he spends at least 10 years or so, if you add up all his prison sentences, in jail, in castles. And so he's writing about these highly romantic things while being embroiled in something that is far from romantic. And so, yeah, he's an interesting figure, and this is one of the great literary classics of the British tradition. Also the French tradition, because up to this point, English noblemen still spoke and wrote in French. And it would only be after this that they kind of reconciled themselves with the fact that, yeah, we're never going back to France. It's lost. So let's embrace our native heritage, or at least the native heritage of our subjects. And that's when they start really embracing and developing literary English. So Thomas Malory is kind of like the last great flowering of the French culture in England. He's also the guy who gives us the story of Gawain and the Green Knight, among other things. So I guess, does that kind of go over all the stuff you're talking about with the Tolkien theory on King Arthur?
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't read Tolkien's exact thoughts on it. That's just kind of a paraphrase that I've heard said about him, which was apparent. I mean, of course, he knew Arthurian legend very, very well. It's a big influence on Lord of the Rings. He himself was an expert in Sir Gawain the Green Knight in particular. But he did say that he was making Lord of the Rings as a mythology for England in particular, thinking that King Arthur really wasn't
Right.
you know, which makes sense when you're saying that you believe that it's more of a Welsh French co-production.
Yeah, I mean, this has nothing at all to do with the Anglo-Saxons, except that they're the bad guys. So they're the stock villains being slaughtered in this. It's kind of like
That's great.
if you compare it with the real Anglo-Saxon hero Alfred the Great, who is probably exaggerated to some extent, but he's the guy who really sort of creates England and starts the process of kicking the Vikings out or subjugating them.
Yeah.
Well, in some ways, I guess the Arthur legend kind of is shaped where it almost parallels Alfred. It's just that Arthur's less successful because obviously, successors are not able to replicate what he does, assuming that he did anything.
Well, you
Um,
mentioned you mentioned Baden Hill, and I know Bede mentions it. Uh, Speaking of Alfred, I do know a decent amount about him, although it's been a while. A very impressive king, but you're right, he's more the Anglo-Saxon hero. And should we know the Victoria? Yeah, this is wave in the 1800s. I'm sorry, yeah, I'm sorry, in the 1800s. There's a wave within Europe of countries becoming obsessed with their ancient past, and that's why you start getting statues, people like Vercingetorix or who was the Belgian commander who destroyed like half a legion during the Gallic War?
um,
His name starts with an A. It starts with an A. It's like Ambirux or
Ambiorix?
something. Yeah, there's a statue to him in Belgium.
Cool. I didn't know
Uh,
that.
oh yeah, yeah. There's statues to. There was at least one statue to. Who's the one who defeats them in the Tuborg Forest?
That'd be Herman, or I forget what's his more proper name. So Herman's the name they use a lot of times with two N's, but God, I can't remember the sort of quote unquote real name.
Yeah, a statue to him. Napoleon III actually recreated Alasia. You know, uh,
Right.
now that's a hell of a reenactment, wouldn't you say?
I would say so.
Yeah. So you find in England, of course, they start getting into Boudica, but also they really get into Alfred the Great. Alfred the Great was the one who actually did establish a fairly considerable navy for the time. So of course they were saying this is the origins of the Royal Navy, like that kind of stuff.
Right. It's also worth
Um,
mentioning in passing that although Alfred is seen as this guy who protects his people from the Vikings, he actually does effectively Viking raids on them in return, or on occupied areas of Britain. And
oh yeah, most certainly.
it's also interesting, the Anglo-Saxon way of war is indistinguishable from the Viking in terms of weapons, equipment, tactics. I mean, tactics are a little bit different, but not by much.
Gotcha. One thing that should be known about Alfred is, from what I can see, he does represent a transition in England in England away towards something more like what we think of as kingship, as opposed to Dark Age warlords.
Yes.
He, with having a more advanced court. He grew up illiterate and then learned how to read and write. He was interested in philosophy, in particular Boethius. Um, and as a military commander, he has few equals in the era.
Yeah, although you could make a
So
case his son Edward was actually probably a better general, just in terms of pure field command ability.
yeah, but I mean, he had a lot of strategic foresight. Did major military reforms as well, which is one of the reasons why they're able to beat the Vikings, is because he actually is changing the overall strategy and tactics of the Anglo-Saxons,
Yeah,
especially using fortified camps very well.
there has been some controversy about the Burgle Heightage, though, whether he actually started it or whether he just kind of enlarged it. It's hard to say, though.
Okay.
The archaeology is actually very ambiguous on that point. I've heard some people claim confidently one way or the other, but because of the imprecision of the dating methods, There's no way to know
Mhm.
exactly which king. We do know it's ninth century, so it could be Alfred. It could be a little bit before him. But anyway,
I
he's the guy
would
who
say
uses it successfully.
that's what I would say. I would. My intuition has always been that he simply used something that other people used, but standardized it, expanded it, and improved it.
Yes, I mean at worst he's like the Alexander of Philip's army. You know,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
takes
exactly.
that thing and makes it work better than anybody had before. I mean, so most of the efforts to try to chip away at his legend, though, are kind of weak, or they just kind of miss the point. So, for instance, I think it's pretty safe to say he probably didn't translate as many things as are attributed to him because he only learns how to read and write later in life. So he's probably not super fluent. And he also has other shit going on, like being king. Um, he also doesn't live super long. So between those factors, it's unlikely he translated 70 books. But he does
Yeah,
sponsor this. He's the driving force of it. And
yeah,
so,
and I believe he did. I believe he translated the books that probably meant the most to him because um, this was a man who really did champion learning and scholarship, and a lot of that had to do with. Even though he didn't learn how to read and write when he was a child, his father took him on a pilgrimage to Rome,
yeah, he went
and
with
this had a big
Aethelwulf.
effect on him.
Yeah,
This had a big effect on him.
and all of his kids, even his daughters, learned to read and write. His daughter Aethelflaed, the Lady of Mercia, was fully literate.
Yeah, there you go. And you see, you know, you're more up to date. I have not read about Alfred the Great in detail in a while, but um, he is definitely more the Anglo-Saxon hero.
Oh yeah, now he's
This is
like
funny though.
that's why they don't need Arthur. They've already got Alfred. You know, Alfred is easier to prove. You can go to Winchester and be like, yeah, here's where he actually governed. Here's the
Yeah, but
palace.
the problem is Alfred's real, so you can chip away at him. Arthur, we can just make up stuff, man.
True. I mean, like, there are people who are still using Arthur to brand stuff even today. Because I forget what I was looking up the other day, but I found some sort of Arthur branded like cake or some shit. I don't know. So yeah, he's used all
Wow.
the time by all kinds of different things, and I assume most of these are British. But yeah, at this point,
Well,
Arthur's well enough known you could use him as a marketing gimmick anywhere in the world, just about.
yeah, the four words with the four things you'll see, just random products or whatever having the name will be Arthur, Excalibur, Merlin, Lancelot.
Yes,
Yeah,
Excalibur is another interesting thing to talk about in a little bit. Um,
yeah.
because one thing we'll talk about when we get to the Roman thesis on this is that the Romans never named their swords. So
Ah,
if he were a Romanized person, most likely he would not have a named sword. It's much more of a Germanic tradition,
mhm.
or the Welsh and Irish do it too. So it can be Celtic as well. But yeah, so Arthur fulfills a need for the Welsh because they need somebody who's a great unifying leader. They don't really have one who's fully historical. They might try to claim Vortigern, but assuming he's real, nobody believed he was very good at what he did. And he actually made a crucial mistake because the story, I can't remember if it was Gildas or not, but I think yeah, it is Gildas. Gildas tells us that Vortigern invited the Saxons and his mercenaries, probably to defend against other Saxons, and then they revolted and took over the East Coast. And then they had to stabilize things and win the Battle of Baden. So the Welsh don't really have this great unifying figure, and they're also politically divided. And so
Mhm.
Arthur fulfills a psychological need for them to think that at one point we had this and we can get back to that point, kick out these damned Anglo-Saxons, or later the
Ah,
Normans, and restore the power and the glory.
man, that's like when that's like you know the Polish developed made heroes out of like Kosciuszko and Poniatowski like after they've been dismembered.
Right. Or,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
I mean,
you got to
actually,
like got.
I don't know if you ever read the
Hmm?
book The Bible Unearthed, but there's actually a very strong argument that in the Old Testament, the idea of a unified Israel was created by the kings of Jerusalem, who were just petty hill kings. And that was to give them a territorial claim on the north in case the Babylonians ever slipped up. Or not Babylonians, but Assyrians, I guess. And then
Mhm.
also, they had a lot of refugees coming from the north who were Canaanites, who were very culturally compatible, except for religion. And so this was a way to integrate them into their society by saying, yeah, you guys just fell off the bandwagon. We've actually always had this religion here that follows Yahweh.
Huh.
And you guys just forgot about it and, started doing pagan shit, and that's why you got conquered. So anyway, I feel like that's actually a pretty compelling story, especially since you realize that the Old Testament is probably written around the same time or slightly later than the Homeric poems.
Yeah.
So it kind of all makes sense, especially when you look at who was the king at the time, so the earliest sort of historical king, and then how Jerusalem is just starting to grow for the first time and actually become something as these refugees come from the north. So,
It's also worth noting, I would say, is that in regards to that, and in general, in the old, having read the Old Testament, the whole thing, I'd say one of the most crucial, under-discussed books is the Book of Ezra.
yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's about them returning from the Babylonian exile,
Ah,
you know, and then finding according to the narrative of the book, they return. They're like, "Oh my God, the regular Hebrews left behind. They've intermarried with these damn pagans." So that's going to institute things like the rule that to be Jewish, you must come through the mother.
huh,
That's what it. That's and like the read I got in the Old Testament is that beyond the mythological stuff like Book of Genesis, you start off with very much like a warrior culture, and then it becomes about kings, and then the later part is really a culture ruled by priests. I
yeah,
mean, the prophets are always there, the priests are always there, but the focus was on mighty warriors and then kings, and then you really becomes a priest focused book.
right.
you know and you can kind of see that with like the book of Daniel and the book of Ezra, but that's why that kind of plays into what you're talking about. But anyway,
Right.
please continue, sir.
Well, I guess another example of mythology being created to kind of suit a need is with the Athenians going into the ancient period. They lived in a world where there were all these ancient traditions that other people claimed that gave them a sort of gravitas. And so Athens was recently risen to prominence. So Athens actually does not have a deep mythology like a lot of parts of Greece, like say Thebes or Sparta even, because Sparta had Menelaus and Helen. And so the Athenians began to invent shit in the democratic period. So
Hmm.
they invent King Theseus. And Theseus is the father of democracy. So he's a king of a democracy.
I mean, you could pull it off, I guess. I mean, the
Well,
British
they
kind of do, don't
they thought it was fine, and so in all their plays, sometimes in the mythological period, people will visit Athens and meet Theseus. It's like, but you got to understand, we're a democracy. But you can also meet with me, though. So there's that part of it. Then the other part is they were everybody's trying to be the most original, ancient, and pure. So the Athenians came up with something that no one else had thought of. They say, you guys migrated with the Dorian invasion. So you guys came in a long time ago, but you also are technically immigrants. We, however, are not. We literally came out of the soil. So our earliest ancestor, and I can't remember if this is Erectheus or if it is Cecrops, came literally out of the soil like a carrot and had kind of like a snake lower half, but then all his descendants had legs. So the Athenians literally came out of the earth like crops.
they? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, I mean, like people invent myth all the time in order to try to fulfill some sort of psychological need. And so I guess it should come as no surprise the Welsh really started to latch on to Arthur. And the sort of symbiotic relationship is that Arthur was pretty minor in most of the Welsh tales. There are also a couple others that I didn't mention, but there's one, for instance, where there's a border war between two petty kings, and Arthur is a third neighbor, and he's known as like this raging badass, but he's just there to make sure his territory is not impinged upon. Somebody does, and then he goes to them and threatens them and makes them surrender. So I mean, like Arthur in a lot of these tales of the Welsh was just like a great warrior, but not really any kind of high king or whatever. And then they get the Geoffrey of Monmouth version, and then they really take that back with them, and then they start finding stones of Arthur and fortresses of Arthur all throughout Wales, like all these places he had supposedly been. And I forgot to
Oh,
mention another part of the English landscape that's associated with Arthur. So what's the most famous landmark in England? ancient landmark.
Stonehenge.
Yeah, so the Arthur legend is that this was moved by Merlin, and the stones all came from Africa. And they were there
Oh.
in order to entomb the disturbed bodies of those who had been slain by the evil Anglo-Saxons. So
Uh,
Stonehenge is a big cemetery to honor the dead Welsh.
huh. Okay.
Never mind that it was probably put there before the Celts got to Britain, but it's fine.
No, it's fine. I've always been amused, by the way, by uses of Stonehenge in anything. Like, Halloween 3. These parts of these pieces of Stonehenge to put into Halloween masks to fry people's heads.
Damn.
Yeah, come on, you ever seen Halloween 3, man? It kicks ass.
Uh, I was trying to. So I've tried in the past to watch a lot of the movies and those series. I have watched. I think I've watched all the Friday the 13th because I was able to find those.
Well, those are well, no, those are kind of monotonous. No, Halloween 3 has nothing to do with Michael Myers, which is why it's good. But or there's like, oh, what's the other one in the movie Test, 1979 movie? That's where uh, Natasha Kinski and who the guy that plays the other one? Anyway, her estranged husband. That's where the cops get him.
Oh man.
After she murdered her lover. I just think it's interesting, Stonehenge being a feature. So, oh God, like what old Doctor Who's episode in the 1970s, Stonehenge is like rocks that'll come alive and try to just suck your blood. They're like vampire rocks or something.
Right.
I mean, it's I mean, Stonehenge gets used for things from like high literature and art to just the goofiest shit possible.
Oh yeah, or ancient alien theories, or any
Yes.
number of things. Uh,
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I would say almost every mainstream academic of the last few hundred years has believed Arthur to be a myth for the reasons we've laid out, there are still some people who are true believers in the Arthur myths, or they want to find a kernel of historical truth somewhere. So most of them don't just say Geoffrey and Monmouth is pure history, but they do think that there's something there, kind of like the people who are really into the Atlantis myth, and they believe there was an Atlantis somewhere, rather than it
Mhm.
just being a literary creation by Plato. So, um, I'm not going to go through all of these because I haven't read them all, but there is one I read as an undergrad, and that I think is probably still the best overall book on the topic, and that is The Discovery of King Arthur by Geoffrey Ashe. And I didn't realize this until today, but Geoffrey Ashe was prolific, and almost every book that he wrote was about King Arthur. And this is a man, by the way, who just died recently. He lived to be 98 years old, and his whole life was one of obsession with King Arthur. Anyway, The Discovery of
Wow.
King Arthur, he makes a couple of important claims. So one of the claims he makes is that, and he did a dig back in the 60s and 70s at a place called Cadbury Castle, based on a random scholar from the 16th century saying this was Camelot. And so he actually excavated Cadbury Castle, and he had like a royal archaeologist with him. What they found was actually extraordinary, because beneath Cadbury Castle there was a 5th century fortification. So mostly in Britain everything was decaying in the later 5th century. So cities were either shrinking or being abandoned. But here at Cadbury Castle it was actually built up. And so obviously Geoffrey Ashe and his colleagues declared that this must be Camelot. This must be the native Romano-Britons building up a fortification and beginning to push back against the Anglo-Saxons. So that was one of his major, I guess, achievements or claims. I don't really know exactly how well it's been received, because I think most people are unimpressed, just because everybody assumes, yeah, Arthur's obviously a myth. But on the people who do believe in it, Cadbury Castle's the leading candidate still for a historical Camelot. The other part of the claim, though, is he smartly realized that nobody in the historical record matches Arthur. And just looking for someone named Arthur is probably foolish, especially since Arthur could just mean bear man. So it could just be a nickname or a title. So instead what he did is he said it must be some sort of composite figure. So it must be kind of a figure who, based on several people living in the early post-Roman period, but he figured one guy must be a little bit more important than the rest. So he actually makes a pretty big assumption, and he says that Geoffrey of Monmouth was correct, that Arthur did indeed invade Gaul, because there were earlier rulers of Britain, or generals out of Britain who were Roman, who then invaded Gaul, so he's going out on a limb and saying Arthur must have done that too. But in this case, it's a reverse invasion, because the guy he selects is named Riothemus, and he actually came from Brittany, so the part of Gaul that was actually overrun by the Welsh, while they were being overrun in turn by the Anglo-Saxons. And so Riothemus emerged there, and then came north.
Hmm.
Now, of course, we know very, very, very little about this guy aside from his name and the very minimal part of his career. So as you can see here, they list every piece of evidence available, and it's all absolutely minimal. And so he says that Riothemus must be the primary inspiration for the Arthur legend, because no one else kind of has a career that spans the English Channel in this way and had success on both sides. And also would have been known to the Welsh community in Gaul. Now, the problem with this is that although it's as good a theory as any, and of course our standards for Arthur candidates is super low, it still has to take Geoffrey
Yeah.
of Monmouth seriously, which is, a pretty big risk. So I would say this is one of the more well-respected theories just because it came from Geoffrey Ashe.
Okay. And if there the composite character idea does, I mean, it's not something to be scoffed at outright, of course.
Yeah.
Um, but Jeffrey of Monmouth, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was recently reading about what is it, Historia Augusta, and which is a source we have for Roman emperors, but it's considered to be, its reliability is considered to be all over the place. And I was remembering that you read an ancient history source, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them will have like this is what the general said before the battle, and we're like, yeah, we're pretty sure he didn't say that, right?
Right. Especially since all of the general speeches sound a lot like the same prose as the main narrative.
But I guess in the case of Geoffrey of Monmouth, is it's understood history, as you said. I think you one time told me that for a lot of those, not all of them, of course, but for a lot of those historians, history was not just going to be a factual chronicle, but that it was seen as something literary, and so thus you could use literary inventions and conventions, like say making up a speech.
Yes, you can make up speeches. You can also make up details of battles you don't know anything about, just based on battles
Right.
that you've read about.
Yeah. So in the case of Geoffrey of Monmouth, is it more like that? Is it more like a history that is it's under people understand he's using literary devices? Is he trying to present it as history, or is it kind of like Mallory? Because I'm under the impression that Mallory, it was presented as like, oh, this is just a story. This is liter. This is a myth, a fantasy novel in a way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mallory presented his work that way, but I think Geoffrey might have presented his as much more serious because when he gets to later
Okay.
periods, he, I think, is more conscientious. That being said, you could say the same thing about even Thucydides, because Thucydides is very shoot from the hip when he's talking about early Greek history before he gets to recorded history.
Yeah.
So I don't really know the, I guess what we call it, ethics of history writing in the High Middle Ages, though. I'm much more familiar with the ancient historians, but I assume that they probably were less strict about things than we are, to say the least. And also, it's worth mentioning, especially with ancient authors, they see mythology as historical, even if it is less clear.
Okay.
So they don't have a category for myth necessarily, the same way we do. Although I think Plato actually, when he means myth, he means a story made up to tell a moral. But what we think of as mythology would include the Trojan War. Plato, I don't think, would call the Trojan War myth. He would still call it history, just very early, hazy history.
Yes. Okay. Oh, he would. He would. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I always thought he thought of the Trojan War as more mythological, but you'd know more about that than I would.
Well, he
Okay.
hated
All right.
Homer. That's worth mentioning. Like Plato
Yeah.
wanted to ban Homer and burn all. Well,
This
not
may be this
quite
this
burn him, but
this may be the origins of my dislike of Plato.
yeah. So he thinks that Plato's that Homer's a bad influence morally, and that he teaches people the gods are degenerate, and that he needs to be banned or heavily edited. That being said, he never says the Trojan War is fake. He just says that the way that Homer talks about the gods is impious and unacceptable.
Mm.
Um, so the second theory I'd like to discuss that tries its damnedest to make King Arthur historical is known as the Sarmatian thesis. And this actually originated all the way back in about 1927 or so. So there was an author who wrote about this, and the premise is that the Romans would often raise men in one area of the empire and then send them to serve somewhere else. So, for instance, the famous 10th Legion was raised out of Spain, and then in the imperial period, it was mostly stationed in Syria. It was also true sometimes of auxiliary troops. So, at one point in the 2nd century, when Britain was a financial drain and they were still fighting a lot of wars against the Picts and Raiders and the Irish, they hired a cavalry unit of Sarmatians. It's worth mentioning with the Sarmatians, that is kind of like an overall group name for several tribes. The main, most famous version would be the Alans. So it's possible they were brought into Britain in the 2nd century and they fought there. So that is the genesis of the Sarmatian theory, and they also were known for being heavy horse, so armored horsemen. So this is probably the most popular theory, I guess, on the internet right now for why or where the Arthur myths might have come from. Now, there's actually a whole movie that follows this idea. So this is actually how I learned about the idea, is that the 2004 movie King Arthur is based upon the Sarmatian theory, but then it also has Arthur, Guinevere, and Lancelot in it. And of course, Guinevere and Lancelot are part of the French part of the story. So it kind of combines a little bit of the myth with the attempt at a historical explanation. And so in that way, it's a unique movie, because I've never seen another movie that takes an obscure-ass theory about something and makes a movie out of it. So kudos to the people who took a chance on that. I mean, that's a interesting way to go about it.
Oh, that movie. That was around the time that Keira Knightley was big, and they were trying to convince you she could kick ass.
Yeah, so even though she weighs like 100 pounds, she can definitely take out full-grown men easily.
Yeah, yeah, she looks like she needs a cheeseburger. Anyway,
Yeah.
so that was I didn't even bother watching that movie. Well, my dad, who was really into King Arthur myths, so I grew up with him, and he bought my brother was into him as a kid, so he had a book or two on it. I wasn't as much into it as he was, but anyway, so my dad, anytime something King Arthur related came on, he would watch it, which is a big deal because my dad didn't watch many movies. But he tried watching this one and turned it off. He said it was the worst King Arthur movie he'd ever seen.
Well, it didn't have enough, high medieval fantasy elements.
Yeah, that and it just when I saw that, it just looked stupid. you know.
I mean, so for me, I was just fascinated by the fact that it was trying to be historical and to explore this speculative history. So I was kind of taken by that part of it. I don't think it's that great of a film. That being said, there is one scene I do remember pretty well, and I haven't seen this since about the time it came out, by the way. But when they're fighting on a frozen lake, they will fire at the flanks of the Saxons to make them more compact, so that way they sink through the ice and die. So anyway, it also, I guess, at least attempts a little bit to have some tactical thinking, because it has to explain why is Arthur so effective. So he has a
Okay.
little bit of tactical sense, even if what he did was super obvious. The idea is still that he was just a good general, and that was the source of the myth. Okay, so that part of the Sarmatian thesis makes sense to a very limited degree. The problem is that as the empire continued to go on, arrangements often changed when it came to where units were deployed or where men would be raised. So we actually have no evidence whatsoever that in the 4th and early 5th centuries that Sarmatians were still being hired and sent to Britain. And one of the major breaking points, aside from the 3rd century crisis, which obviously was an interruption everywhere, so even after that, we also have the famous Battle of Adrianople, when the Eastern Field Army gets wiped out, and then the Western Field Army is left in the East, and then the West recruits a new army. And the East was always the priority because this is where 3/4 of the wealth and population were. So by the 4th century, the East is where the action's at. So Britain is not a priority. And even in the West, it's the least priority because it produces the least amount of wealth. So, in fact, early in the empire, after Claudius, who of course was the great patron of conquering Britain, if they had lost against Boudica, there's a very good chance that the Romans would have pulled out of Britain altogether. They were actually contemplating it before the battle where Boudica was killed and her rebellion was defeated. So
Why were
Britain,
they contemplating it?
they were spending more money than they were making. So they were spending
That's
more
what I would
money.
have guessed.
Yeah. So they were having to
Yeah.
maintain 3 or 4 legions to hold a place that produced very little revenue. And also they had trouble getting Romans to settle there because it was a little bit too cold to cultivate the vine properly. So you could grow wine in Britain, but it wasn't very good. And so not super appealing for people from a Mediterranean climate.
So, real quick then, just know. So, what was your motivations for invading Britain? My thoughts were, you know, expand the empire, so for Claudius to gain some glory and recognition, but also because of raids from Britain into Gaul, which was one of the reasons Caesar lists in his commentaries. That would that be correct, or are there other reasons, or is one of those wrong?
So yeah, for Caesar, he lists the how some tribes have connections on both sides of the channel and how the Britons keep aiding the Gauls. So that was his surface reason, but also, he wanted to do things that were extraordinary. And he wanted to be the first Roman to go there.
Yeah, yeah. But
So,
in the case of Claudius, though,
so for Claudius, there are a couple of reasons why he did this. One is that every emperor before him, except for his, slain, failed nephew Caligula, had done something for the empire. They'd added something. So even
yeah,
Tiberius, before he was emperor, had done some good generalship. Claudius had only come into office at all under Caligula because he was actually barred from office in Augustus's time because he has a slight disability, and Augustus thought he'd just be made fun of. So Claudius needs to prove himself a bit, and this is his way to do so. Britain is the most easily conquered thing around them, so Augustus actually conquers a lot of the small areas that had been unsubdued up to this point. And so in order to conquer anything else in Europe on the mainland, he'd have to cross the Rhine or the Danube, so that'd be a huge pain in the ass. Or go east, and that's always dangerous. You can't really go any farther south into Africa because of the Sahara. So Britain it was. And by the time of Claudius, there are at least a few cities in the south that are big enough for the Romans to actually conquer and govern from, because the Roman Empire
gotcha.
is fundamentally an empire of cities. And that's also why they'll never conquer Scotland or Ireland. There's just not enough cities there. The Romans can't really function without cities. So,
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, thank you.
yeah, so anyway, he sort of J. Edgar Hoovers the conquest, by the way. Because what he does is he has his general Aulus Plautius invade with 4 legions. They maybe conquer about to the Thames, so maybe about to here. And then Claudius visits, and some chieftains come to submit to the Romans. So it's kind of like how J. Edgar Hoover would not really be in the raid, but he'd show up when the handcuffs are being slapped on and take the picture.
Oh,
So yeah,
that was there was a really there was a one of the biggest ones he had was here in New Orleans, and I actually found the corner where it happened. I think it might have been Babyface Nelson. I want to look that up though, but it was like one of the really big ones. But yeah, J. Edgar Hoover would do that. Be like, yeah, we're about to get him, and then Hoover's there to
yeah.
be on the scene.
So J. Edgar Hoover was clearly a student of Claudius. Uh, but yeah, so it was partly to shore up his support and make himself famous. He also will name his son Britannicus after his conquest of Britain. So Claudius is very much hanging his hat on that as his key achievement. So, yeah, and then after he dies, Nero's administration actually thought about leaving because they thought it was just a vanity project, which it was, actually. But ultimately, they're the Romans, and they can't really just abandon something. So they eventually will finish off conquering the north and build Hadrian's Wall. And later, they'll even build the Antonine Wall. But then they decide, Scotland's not worth it, fuck it. So they retreat back to Hadrian's Wall. So then, as Britain is falling apart, come 410 or so, they've already had a couple armies go south. So they've had Magnus Maximus go south to try to conquer. He dies. And he also features in the Arthur legends, by the way, because he's got the dumbest name in Roman history. Great, the greatest.
Yeah. Wait. You say Magnus Maximus? You said?
Yeah. So it literally means great, the greatest.
Yeah, I know. There's a longtime listener here. I've hung out with Ken Cook. He loves this name, Great the Greatest.
Yeah. So he
He
actually
thinks it's
was
the best.
probably the most famous Roman usurper. And then he's not the last one, though. So there's also Constantine III from about 407. So he also will take the field army and try to conquer and kick out the Germans who have crossed the border across the Rhine. So most likely the field army from Britain has already been taken away in order to save Gaul. If you think about it, it's not just the ambitions of these generals. Gaul's more important. Spain is more important. Italy is certainly more important. All these areas produce more food, more wealth. They have more population. And the people in these areas are also more Romanized. Britain, a lot of the people here have some Romanization, but not a whole lot. So the Welsh will be aware of having some debt to Rome, but they don't speak a Latinate language. They still speak a variety of Celtic. So they don't develop a Romance language because they're just not as influenced by the Romans as the people of the mainland. Hell, even in Romania, the people there are more influenced by the Latin language than they are in Britain. And the Romans only rule Romania for like 100 or 150 years, something like that. So Britain, they actually rule a lot longer. So, anyway, the
By
point
the way,
is.
real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. By the way, real quick, just because I mentioned the J. Edgar Hoover thing, I wanted to make sure it was Alvin Karpus, and he was captured near what was the Jefferson Davis statue in New Orleans, which was then Jeff Davis Parkway and Canal Street.
Oh, wow.
And he was the only one of the Public Enemy number ones to be captured alive, and so it was a huge deal for Hoover. So that was the deal. Okay, gotcha.
So, the point of all that was just to say that we have no reason to think that they were still recruiting Sarmatians and getting them into Britain to defend it in that late
Yeah, no
period.
kidding.
So, the Sarmatian thesis is pretty weak. And then somebody's come along and actually found someone named Lucius Artorius Castus, who was a 2nd century Roman officer. So he was about the third in command of a legion, the 6th Legion, Victrix, which was stationed in Britain. And so we hear his name a couple of times. We find a couple of inscriptions. And I think he might have been mentioned once in passing. No, he is not mentioned by name in Cassius Dio, but we know the story that he's involved in. So there was a pretty severe battle here. And I think this is when Septimius Severus will conquer Britain. So this unit had been following the guy fighting Severus, and then it's defeated, if I remember the story correctly. But anyway, the guesswork is that Castus, as the third in command of the legion, was an equestrian, and he was the prefect of the camp. So he'd be the guy who sort of sets up and runs the camp. So kind of like the organizer, quartermaster, whatever you want to call it. And then we also know he eventually will end up in Armenia later. So he's a professional soldier. But the thesis about him being the origin of the myth relies upon him being a commander. He technically wasn't. It also says that he might have been a senator because they mentioned that Vortigern had parents who wore the purple, i.e. they were senators. Arthurius Castus was not a senator. He also could not have been a governor, most likely, because procuratorships were very few and far between. We know the names of the procurators of the times. These are only equestrians who govern stuff. He wasn't one of them. And equestrians also don't command legions. That's also a senatorial privilege. So there was a guy named Arthur in Britain who was a Roman. but he wasn't there his whole life. He never became a great hero, so far as we know. And he didn't leave behind a dynasty of Arthurs who led legions. So it's just a one off thing, kind of a freak find. It's an interesting story. And because of the obsession with this figure, we now know way more about his career than we would otherwise. So I'm actually going to do a Romans of Renown on Lucius Artorius Castus. But in terms of him being a good fit for the King Arthur myth, there's literally no fucking way that he left enough of an impression in the 2nd century that people centuries later remembered the name Arthur because of him. It's just not possible. And actually, Tony Sullivan wrote an entire book saying exactly that in 193 pages. That there's no way at all that this could be
Okay.
the origin of Arthur. I guess if you wanted to really push for Artorius Castus and you wanted to be contrarian and try to revive the idea, there is a book that does that, I think. But also, I'll help you guys if you want to be contrarian. So one problem I did discover with this book is that Tony Sullivan clearly doesn't know Latin. So he does say a few things that give it away. So at one point he records a sentence as Rex Erat Britanniae. So Rex Britanniae would mean King of the Britons, and he has that translation in parentheses. But the Erat, E-R-A-T, is the past tense of he was. And he doesn't know that that's not part of that sentence. And he does that several times, and he never mentions, like, yeah, this is, a verb. It's not part of the title. So he kind of gives away the fact he actually does not know Latin. So if you're looking for, a way to poke holes in this and try to revive Lucius Artorius Cassus as King Arthur, Tony Sullivan's lack of Latin is your path.
Yeah. That quick aside, Gustavus Adolphus, when he died, apparently his last words were, "I was the king of Sweden."
Yeah. Well, I
Like
guess
somebody asked him, like, "Who are you?" And he says, "I was the king of Sweden."
the only way that could have been better is if he had said, now I'm a corpse, and then he dies immediately after that. But I guess it's hard to know exactly when you're going to die. So I wonder how many people have had some like dramatic ass last words planned, and then they lived for a few more hours and ended up having to say some other shit.
Um, there was one war book I read where um, what happens is the guy's dad dies in the Eastern Front in World War II, and when his compatriot comes back and he straight tells the mom, it's like, "What were his last words?" And he said his last words were, "Oh shit,"
Yeah.
because he noticed a grenade and then, or something, then blew up, right? So
Right.
um, I just thought it was because a lot of the times they're gonna, of course, try to soften the blow, right? Like reading about the death of the Confederate governor of Kentucky actually grabbed a musket, joined the ranks, and died at Shiloh. And I was looking at the correspondence about it because the Federals took care of him because, of course, a lot of them were like they recognized him, some were friends with him, and of course the letters they're writing to the wife, they're like, "Oh, he died painless," and I'm like, "No, that's not possible at all." But that's what you write to the wife.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else we need to talk about with the Arthur stuff. So most of
I
the
mean,
high most of
yeah,
the high fantasy stuff like Camelot and all that is the French literary part. Merlin, I
yeah.
believe, is actually a character in a lot of Irish and Welsh stories. So he's a Celtic figure more, at least in origin.
That makes a lot of sense. The one thing I wonder about is has Arthur been something consistently popular in
Um,
since I'd say since Mallory, because Mallory, especially for the as a literary story, Mallory's the big deal
I would say
as a
since the
literary story.
time of Geoffrey of Monmouth, and then Mallory's the one who made it super popular.
Got you. So because I mentioned that because I remember reading somewhere that Shakespeare has always been well regarded, but probably the 1700s was the lowest point for his reputation in England, in Britain. Okay. And, whereas the Romantics really loved him and he got really popular then. And the Victorians, he was popular too, but they had certain plays they liked more than other ones. And the Victorians notoriously changed the ending. Like they made the ending of King Lear less bad
Right.
because that's what yeah, because Victorians are like us. They love editing things to make it conform to their morality. So it just one thing that interests me is like like for any historical figure, seeing them go in and out of favor or in and out of popularity, unpopularity, and I'm wondering if there's any period where Arthurian legend just really wasn't that popular or wasn't being discussed much or wasn't being referenced much. I don't know of anything in Shakespeare that does that much with Arthurian stuff. Is it? Am I mistaken there?
Um, Run it by me again.
Is there anything in Shakespeare that's Arthurian in particular?
I don't think so. I mean, I haven't read all of Shakespeare to be fair, but
And my guess would be not an expert on 18th century English British literature, but I feel like Alexander Pope and Jonathan Swift don't really care about Arthur too much.
yeah,
But
I
then you get
think
to like,
Arthur becomes a little too medieval for their taste. I mean, because it's all about chivalry and things that are kind of out
yeah.
of style, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it.
Then what about oh god, what's the one? Then you get to the 19th century, and Tennyson's obsessed. He writes an entire poem about it, long, long work. And you have Arthur legends being referenced in Wagner's Ring Cycle, although that's more Norse, but there is still some Arthurian influence there, hands down. And of course, you got the Tristan Isolde, which is also a Wagnerian opera. You have paintings, of course, but then again, the Romantics were a lot friendlier to medieval motifs and ideas.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that part of it, but I'm pretty sure it was popular among the Romantics, and I mean, it kind of
No,
lends
no,
itself
no,
to that.
definitely popular Romantics, and definitely early Victorians,
Yes, I
hands
mean,
down.
it lends itself to that. I mean, especially the courtly love stuff, which I don't know about you, but I've always found courtly love to be kind of creepy and stalkerish.
You
Um,
don't say, huh?
well, anyway, so here's something that is an uncomfortable truth about courtly love. So all these knights who would go up to their, lady, their duke's wife, whatever it might be, and profess their love of her beauty and their admiration for her and how she compares with the twinkling of the stars. There's a reason why they're able to get away with never hooking up with her or making that a reality, because when they get horny, they just ride in the local villages and rape peasant women. So all they're doing is just, buttering up this lady so that way she'll give them favors later, like rewards financially. So courtly love in
Yeah.
many ways is just a big lie. And
Looking at some looking at some stuff here. I mean, there was a piece of music by Purcell or Purcell. Yeah, Purcell. That's how you pronounce it. Sorry, Henry Purcell. That's from the late 1600s that references Arthur. Purcell is best known for his work on the death of Queen Anne, which then was synthesized for the beginning of Clockwork Orange. That's the opening music to Clockwork Orange.
oh, really?
Yeah, that was done by Walter Carlos. Who then became Wendy Carlos and did the music for The Shining. But for instance, looking at film, I'm looking at the Wikipedia list, so maybe they're missing some stuff. Actually, I know there's at least one thing they're missing. But for film, according to them, there's no major Arthur movie until 1949.
Huh. I wonder if that's just
I
because it was difficult to make, because like filming nights and all that would be kind of a pain in the ass.
uh maybe, but think about some of the other productions they had done. They had already done a Charge of Light Brigade in the 1930s.
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Huh.
and you don't necessarily have to do knights charging. You can emphasize in fact, if anything, historical romances were quite popular in the 1920s and 30s.
I wonder if it's because I think for a lot of the popularity of Arthur, it was as a tale for kids. So I think, it kind of varies between when adults are into it and when it's just kind of like, here you go, son, to your 8-year old. Here's a story about, a fucking king in a castle called Camelot. Go enjoy
You've
this.
got a you've got a really good point there because there were just a lot growing up, just a lot of kids' books and media that would reference Arthur. Not to say there weren't serious things, of course there were, but yeah, that's something I want to read about now that I've mentioned it. I'd like to read about um, how Arthur's been seen through the ages, particularly since, since that major piece of literature there. So, do you want to go into? Is there anything else you want to go into in particular before we diverge into talking about different adaptations and things that borrow from Arthur, from the serious and good to the absolute goofy?
The only other thing I really wanted to talk about, I talked about this briefly before you got on, but I think one of the things that interests me the most about the Arthurian legend is the same thing that interests me about some of the true crime cases, and that's just the dedication of the people who are really into the subject. So, for
Ah,
instance, like the Zodiac case, the people who are into that are way more interesting than the case itself, just because they're so obsessed with details. Like there are people who dedicate all their free time to looking up a super obscure suspect and learning all kinds of details about somebody who died 30 years ago and was a petty criminal just because they happen to look like a sketch they found. So, just the dedication that some people have to these really, really small topics. And I feel like it's very much a boomer nerd specific kind of thing. Um,
huh.
but I feel like the Arthur scholarship, it seems to be kind of the same thing, except it requires a little bit more skill and a little bit more historical understanding, but still, I feel like it's the same phenomenon of getting super obsessed with something that's probably not that important, but you end up learning a lot of really cool stuff along the way that you'd have never thought of otherwise because you're trying to figure out this impossible thing of solving a
Hmm.
crime from 50 years ago with no physical evidence. So anyway, that's for
Yeah.
me. That's kind of why the Arthur thing is kind of fascinating. It's also why I sometimes look in on some of those random famous cases like Jack the Ripper or Zodiac Killer, just because I'm always amazed by the weird shit that people come up with to try to explain it.
Or one I just found out about was the disappearance of Lord Lucan. You ever heard of this thing? This event?
No.
So, so Lord Lucan is a descendant of the Lord who was involved in the charge of the Light Brigade, and he was the commander of the cavalry division. Since Cardigan into the charge. Anyway, one of his descendants disappeared, and what they're pretty sure happened is his wife was trying to divorce him. He murdered the nanny, and then tried to murder his wife. Failed, ran away, wrote a cryptic letter, made some phone calls, and then disappeared. And so the debate is, did he kill himself or did he run away somewhere? There have been private investigators and police. I mean, like the British have sent cops after him. They have private investigators try to follow him. They have people even to this day there's people right now who swear that he lives in Australia in like a Buddhist commune outside of Brisbane.
Actually, I think I might have seen something on this on some show once, like some kind of show on Netflix that has like a number of different cases.
I'd never even heard of it, and it's just, and looking at it, I was just reading about all the ideas it's generated over the years, and I guess in the case of Arthur, things like this or the Zodiac. Okay, so things like maybe Lord Lucan, but Zodiac Killer, Jack the Ripper. The big one in New Orleans, murder-wise, is the Axeman of New Orleans. But the problem with the Axeman of New Orleans is we have no suspects, like nothing at all. Online, I'll mention a guy named God, what's his name? He's like this. Oh, Joseph Mumfrey. They'll say Joseph Mumfrey is the number one suspect. Joseph Mumfrey was a petty Italian criminal who was in jail when most of it happened. We have no suspects for the Axeman, and I think that diminishes some of the debate about him because in the other cases you have people go like, "Oh, is this guy or that guy?" And then you have so many movies made about it. I mean, there was that movie where Sherlock Holmes is on the case of Jack the Ripper.
Oh yeah.
I got to find the name. It's actually a pretty good movie. It's very moody, right? But yeah, things like that, or like somebody write a book where Jack the Ripper hangs out with Dracula, um, and you also have Titanic, which is also one of these things people get really obsessed with. But there's not really like people debating. There's people might debate certain aspects of what happened, but we all know the damn ship broke in two and sank, right?
Right. I mean, it's also, I feel like the
Yeah.
Titanic obsession, I feel like that's a different subset of nerddom,
Yes. Yes.
for sure.
Yes. The case of King Arthur, uh, it trying to tie it back to something that's historical. Um, it's a bit interesting, but it also in some ways strikes me as maybe a bit pointless.
Yeah. I mean, so
There's
the
there's just
investigation
there's no way you
itself
can do it.
is kind of pointless. That being said, it is kind of an interesting just approach to introduce the link between ancient and medieval history, just trying to figure
Yeah.
out what the link could possibly be. So I feel like it does encourage investigation into the past. So
Mm.
I'm actually, for that reason, I'm totally cool with the investigation in the historical Arthur, just because it will lead you to actually interesting stuff or actually important stuff.
Yes.
So I think it actually is a positive thing overall.
Got you. Okay. That's a good that's a very good case for it. And and you're right. I mean, along the way, you're gonna pick up and learn a lot of other things. There was also that's by the way is another reason that some people older people I knew wouldn't read history, but they liked reading historical fiction because they would. And now they didn't want to sound dumb, so they try to couch it as like, well, historians don't write so well. But essentially, it was the equivalent of I don't want to read a dry, boring history book. I'm going to read one of Colleen McCullough's books about Rome.
Right. Or I don't want to read about the election of 1876, so I'll read Gore Vidal's novel about it instead.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, oh, there's that one Gore Vidal novel where the 1940 election, um, Wilkie becomes the nominee through murder.
Holy shit,
Like
okay.
FDR's associates murder people to make sure it's Wilkie.
Huh. Okay, so I've got his novels. I haven't read most of them yet. The only one I haven't liked so far was the Lincoln novel. That one was boring as hell.
What made that boring?
It's all just about cabinet meetings. So it's all just Lincoln meeting with people and having conversations. That's the whole novel. I read the
The whole
first
thing,
100
huh?
pages and I'm like, yeah, this sucks. So
What
like
about wait, go ahead, man.
Burr's a great novel. Like Burr was one of the best novels I've ever read. Um, or actually his ancient novel about Julian the Apostate, pretty damn good. Or the one about Cyrus was not Cyrus's grandson, but Cyrus's friend who was the grandson of Zoroaster. Um,
Okay.
and he became an envoy to Athens. So that one's a really good one. And both of those are conversation based too, because it's an old guy telling a story, mostly, but then also there's some other things happening. But in that case, it was just very well written, very fluid, engaging, vivid. The Lincoln one was colorless and bland, but I think that's actually his best known novel, and they made a movie out of it. I'm like, why? This novel is shit.
They made a movie out of Lincoln.
Yeah, I've got it in my DVD case. I haven't
Huh.
watched it
Wonder when they
yet.
made that one.
I want to say the 80s, maybe?
Huh. The Gore Vidal novel is the Golden Age, and by the way, Gore Vidal shows up in the novel since he was alive during that.
Nice. Yeah, Gore Vidal's an interesting guy. I've also read a book he wrote of political essays. Um, I feel like he's better as a novelist, but he's also a pretty good political commentator.
Yes, I haven't read much of his fiction. Actually, I did read some of his essays years back. I did read his play about Richard Nixon. I think it's called An Evening with Richard Nixon. I learned that a long time ago, and I've thought about hitting some of his novels up. They did make an adaptation of his novels, Myra Breckinridge, and the movie is supposed to be. Danny's going to watch it next year. It's supposed to be like hilariously bad, like off the wall.
Yeah, if you do read a Gore Vidal book, I think you would love the Burr book. That's a winner for sure.
That's the one I've heard the most positive stuff from, positive things about consistently. And also, doesn't he like Aaron Burr? If
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not
super
mistaken.
favorable to Burr, especially if you were annoyed by the Hamilton play, which really villainizes Burr and holds up Hamilton. I feel like it's a great corrective for that.
I thought the Hamilton play villainized Jefferson more.
A little bit, but I don't know. I felt like it was more villainizing Burr, but anyway.
Yeah. That I haven't listened to that in a long, long time. I feel like Burr was like the sympathetic villain, and Jefferson's just a bad guy. That's what came off to me as.
Yeah, Jefferson's definitely not portrayed positively either. And of course, they ignore most of Hamilton's real faults, like kind of being low key, maybe a monarchist. Uh, kind
Among
of
other
gloss right
things.
over that. That's a little bit of an oversight, I'd say.
Well, I've always said whichever founder is popular at the time tells you a lot about uh, the zeitgeist at the time, particularly amongst elites. Like, for instance, Benjamin Franklin was really popular in the 1980s because they played up him as a entrepreneur and go-getter.
Yeah, and I guess
You know?
Hamilton is getting played up because he was anti-slavery and he's socially liberal, more or less, but he's also economically kind of a big government conservative.
Yeah, and a militarist.
Yeah.
Uh, I would never say he's anti-slavery.
Well, I
I would
mean,
be going too far.
comparatively.
I'd say he's neutral on the issue from what I've read.
See, that's why
Uh,
I've always wondered why has Ben Rush not been pushed yet? Because if you actually are in a period where progressive values are dominant, Ben Rush is literally the best option out of the founding fathers to hold up and obsess over.
yeah, but if your main priority is big government and militarism, Hamilton's your guy. If that's your
Yeah.
real priority.
Or, I mean,
Anyway,
hell, you could
that's
do John Adams for that too. Because, I mean, even though Hamilton and Adams were rivals, they had basically the same ideas about government.
yes, they did. And keep it in mind, wasn't I mean Adams was the popular one before Hamilton, so we've kind of had a Federalist continuum here, which you can see in the scholarship too. Federalists have been much more kindly treated in the last 20 years in general. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. Definitely. But I've always also said that there was also an attempt to make Franklin Roosevelt into a rejection of Thomas Jefferson. And the Jefferson Memorial was built during Roosevelt's administration. And I honestly think Franklin Roosevelt is one of the few presidents who really synthesizes the Jefferson Hamilton dialectic, if you want to be Hegelian about the whole thing.
That's an
But
interesting way
he,
to look at it, but I can definitely see where you're coming from. Yeah.
yeah, I don't, and actually, I think the same thing to Abraham Lincoln. They both those men held Jefferson and Hamilton in high regard without having to put themselves in a pretzel twist.
Yeah.
So, you know, but other presidents are more obviously with one or the other, it seems to me. But the one of the real jokes is that Hamilton won in the end, or at least he's the popular one right now. Gordon Wood actually mentioned that in an essay that he thought, and he didn't go into a lot of detail about it, but he essentially said that what happened is that um, he commented that left scholars and historians or Democrats or however you want to put it were favorable to Hamilton simply because of a knee-jerk liking for large government without reading into it the fact that Hamilton is not democratic and thinks that the system we have would not be aristocratic enough for his taste or not elitist enough for his taste.
Yeah, I
You know,
bet he's probably right about that.
think he's got a point there, and that's why. This is also a reason why I don't. Why when people go like, "Well, how would this person vote nowadays?" I'm like, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I guess it depends on
You know,
which part of our modern society disgusted him least, which is hard to predict.
yeah. Or as I like to always tell people, and they get shocked about it. I'm like, Andrew Jackson's pro-immigration.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's
so
also, a populist, but in a sense that he actually did interact with working people rather than just abstractly stating support for them.
yes, and the same token, if they want to champion Hamilton over Jefferson, they'll be like, Hamilton's an immigrant. I'm like, yeah, but Hamilton's party wants to limit immigration in
Oh
many
no,
cases, I'd say
Hamilton would
severely.
absolutely be the kind of immigrant today who, as soon as he gets his documents and becomes naturalized, to be like, yeah, we need to reduce those quotas, keep those fuckers out of my country. He'd be that
Yeah,
guy.
well, they're competition, man.
Yeah, I mean, that would be Hamilton. I think he would be shamelessly hypocritical, and if somebody pointed it out to him, he'd be like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but I've also heard the joke said that if the southern border is being crossed by thousands of journalists, the New York Times would be like, build a wall now, fast as possible.
Yeah, and I think you're probably right about that. Yeah.
So, uh, yeah, but my main thing would be to talk about some of the various Arthur media that's come out over the years.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, and one thing also worth keeping in mind too, because you're talking about Geoffrey of Monmouth and then comparing it to Mallory, is of course this isn't like Tolkien where we have one author. So you can not like the Peter Jackson movies or like them, but they're not definitive. They're totally an adaptation.
Yeah. So, like, if you didn't
But
like
Arthur,
them,
we
you
don't
could
have a
still.
definitive one. I mean, unless you want to say it is Geoffrey of Monmouth.
Well, I think most people would probably settle on Mallory as kind of the account.
Yeah, but I think Arthur, by virtue of not having a true solo author that we hold up in a sense of Tolkien or even Homer, it means that an adaptation you can really just play around with it and do what you want. Whereas Lord of the Rings, there's only so much you can do, before it's not Lord of the Rings.
Right, exactly. Or I guess same thing would apply to something like Dune. I mean, you've got your
Yeah,
source material from Frank Herbert, and then you have supposedly records and notes he left behind that his son and the co-author Kevin Anderson claim they're working on. But
yeah. I don't think there's that many notes. I mean, I think they probably uh or in the case of his son, like what he calls notes might have been like, yeah, so dad was drinking one night and he just started rambling.
yeah, no, he has cited phone calls before as sources of inspiration and ideas that his dad had, which I think at a certain point I'm because I don't have anything against Brian Herbert, but I do think that he does invent things when needed, and then says it was his dad's idea, but it was probably actually his idea or Anderson's idea. So
Yeah,
that way
no
it gives
doubt
him
about it.
cover.
I think what might have hurt Brian Herbert was that they wrote too many damn books.
Yeah, and they're still churning them out too. I mean, there's a new series now. They're trying to fill in the gaps between Dune and Dune Messiah. So they're trying to fill in literally every gap in the original story
I don't
chronologically.
know what gap is. I mean, there's
It's like
what
three
we just need
years.
to.
They're filling in a 3 year gap.
Also,
Because
I'm like, what are they going to fill in? Just like this the story of them slaughtering. How many did they kill? Like billions, according to Dune Messiah.
yeah, I mean that's what the stories are right now. They're filling in the little gaps between the first few novels.
Oh,
Um,
great! Just what I always wanted—a genocide novel.
Actually, the one I enjoyed the most is the biggest departure, and it's the one where they clearly were making stuff up, even though they say it is based on notes. But I actually really enjoyed their take on the Butlerian Jihad, where before the rise of spice culture, they actually had just advanced technology.
I have actually heard I've actually heard positive stuff about that one overall. Like some of the other ones, people really eviscerate them for.
Yeah, I mean, because
But yeah,
I don't mind if they deviate from the notes, because also even if they did reject something that he wrote down as a note, he never had a chance to develop all that stuff fully. So some of the ideas might not have worked or necessarily been good. So it's okay to deviate from the undeveloped works of a dead person if you think
but
that you can
here's
do
the
something better.
other theory I have though too, and this relates to Orson Scott Card because you read Ender's Game. Ender's Game's very good. By the way, interesting influence in Ender's Game was he was reading a lot of Civil War books by Bruce Catton. That's actually one of the influences. But anyway, so he does Speaker of the Dead, or Speaker for the Dead, which I've never read. But when I read the plot for it, I thought this sounds kind of ludicrous. And essentially, what it was he had a different idea for a book, but realized if he just stuck Ender in it, it would sell better.
Interesting.
And I get the same feeling with Frank Herbert as well, that he had these other novel ideas, and he's like, yeah, but if I put Dune in the title, it'll sell.
And then make it all about Duncan Idaho and his many, many reincarnations as a Gola.
God, it's so ridiculous how important that guy is, and he's just a dude in the book who has like he has one chapter. I'm sorry, maybe two chapters. He has a speaking role. One of them where he barely even there's one where he's drunk, and then there's the one where he barely speaks at all and then gets killed.
Yes, I mean
You
he's
know,
also a very generic character because he's kind of
very.
a combat specialist and he's good at laying pipe, and that's pretty much it. So he's like the most generic kind of like, yeah, he's our sword master. He's good at fighting and he fucks a lot of women. And that's it. It's like, yeah, it sounds cool, but a little limited.
I think in the David Lynch one, he has five or six lines. Although The interesting thing with the David Lynch one is they hired Richard Jordan, who was a very good actor, and he wasn't like a famous actor, but he was a very talented actor. And the reason is they were expecting to make Dune Messiah, and they wanted so they overpaid for a good actor for a very minor part because they thought they're going to be using him a bunch in future movies.
Right.
You know, so that's how important he is. Like, yeah, it's interesting. The book where he's introduced is where he's the least important.
Yes. Which is
It's
why I was
ridiculous.
wondering if they do continue to make movies, will the actor who's the famous actor they used, the guy who played Khal Drogo, Jason
Jason
Momoa.
Momoa.
Yeah, Jason Momoa. So I wonder if they'll keep bringing him back. Like if they eventually do God Emperor of Dune, will he be playing multiple versions of himself in the story? Like have some versions of him where it's like he got old in that version and then he gets killed. Now he's revived at a younger age. So I wonder how they're gonna handle that. Like because that's what I was really wondering about. Because I'm like Jason Momoa. He's a credible badass. So I mean, he looks like he can actually beat somebody's ass. Unlike a lot of action
I
stars, but he can't
I
act.
actually. Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
He has a limited. He not only has a limited range, I would say. Like kind of looking at stuff like say for, and I know eventually we're gonna do an Arnold live stream, but well, I had the stomach virus, I decided to like watch Terminator again for the the 80th time, and something that pointed out to me was that you know Arnold spent months like mimicking what he thought how a robot would move. Right down to the fact that as the Terminator, he does not look to reload ever, which makes him look more mechanical. So that's a level of preparations that a guy like Jason Momoa I don't think really does.
Huh.
You know,
No, I think you're
yeah,
right. I don't think he's much of a method actor. I think he just kind of is like, I'm just gonna be a big dude. I'm gonna strut around. I'm gonna deliver lines gruffly and look kind of fierce, and then maybe make a joke once in a while. That's
I did. I did see. So some years back, I went to LA for a wedding, and I was with my friend Mara, and uh, she's a kind of like a goth girl, but she likes. She's a goth girl, but she likes those. I'm gonna say she likes she likes things like Jimmy Kimmel Live. So she's like, "Hey, you want to go to this?" I was like, "Yeah, screw it, sure thing." I never been to one of those things. It was fun enough, right? And Jason Momoa was one of the guests on there, and he is as big as he looks, and he just comes off as a large, chill stoner.
yeah. I think that's part of his popularity. Is he seems like a chill dude. Um, he does seem like he could actually beat somebody up,
Totally,
and
he's massive.
yeah. So I think that kind of is his appeal, and I guess also he's because he is a very masculine man. We're in an era where there are people claiming like, oh, masculine men can't get ahead anymore. So Jason Momoa can fill that role, but without doing like the whole manosphere talking point bullshit. So it doesn't offend anybody, but he can also fulfill that desire for like the representation of this very masculine guy.
Yeah, yeah. Though without some of the Jason Momoa is good. He's got a certain kind of charisma, but I don't know. It's
He seems
the
like he's got
abilities are limited.
bodyguard charisma, like a guy who just has a few lines, makes a couple jokes,
Yeah,
kicks a few asses, but he's not really the focus. He's just kind of like
yeah,
your reliable right hand man or whatever, or enforcer.
also, and he's popular, but he's nowhere near as popular as like say Stallone or Arnold in their heyday.
Oh no, but
Nowhere
I don't
near.
think any action star today is all that popular compared to those guys.
No, but that's I mean, for many people, that is like the high point of action movies. Although there had been, I mean, you could argue about Western actors like John Wayne and Clint Eastwood were kind of action heroes as well, just of a different type, and they were wildly popular too. I mean, God,
Yeah.
John Wayne was like John Wayne was able to pull in top billing and make sure a movie was going to sell tickets for 30 years, over 30 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's
You
also
know,
I guess the biggest action star right now it'd probably have to be Statham, right?
well, I was going to mention that because Jason Momoa, when I saw him, I was like, "That's a big guy. She can kick the shit out of you, right?"
Oh yeah.
I saw Jason Statham, and I didn't even know it was Jason Statham. He came to the restaurant, and I see the guy, and I kind of stared at him a bit, and I walked away. And they asked me, "Hey, why are you staring at Jason Statham?" And I said, "That's him." I looked at him thinking, "This guy wants to be Jason Statham and's failing." I thought I could kick the shit out of the guy. Like he's really nothing. He's short and slight, and his girlfriend wasn't even that attractive looking.
Interesting, because I don't really have a feel for how big he
Whereas when I
is.
saw Stallone, I thought I was like, man, Stallone could walk right through the wall right now.
Yeah, or I mean, like
Stallone's built like a bus.
or somebody like Chuck Norris or Jean Claude Van Damme. I mean, they were had decent size and they were very physically fit and athletic.
No, Statham's tiny.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, but I
and I
guess
mean,
Clint Eastwood was kind of skinny, but I mean, he still had the look. Like the look on his face he could make that makes him kind of intimidating.
yeah, and I will say this: I also saw Tom Cruise. Everybody's like, Tom Cruise is short. I'm like, yeah, a little short, okay. But you could tell when he was walking and everything. I'm like, okay, that's a guy who's like fit and can move. I'm trying to say, Jason Statham just looked awkward too.
Really?
Like, no, I mean it. Like
Huh?
it was of all those celebrities I've seen, especially working in that restaurant, that was the least impressive I ever saw, hands down.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've never thought of him as being a specimen. I feel like he's kind of an action star in the Bruce Willis tradition. He's kind of like your everyman action hero, like a guy who might be a plausible random cop or whatever.
I
And
guess
then,
so, but then again, I have seen Crank.
yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if
That's a
he's on whatever he was on in that movie, I mean, yeah,
that is a fun, stupid movie.
Oh no, it is.
It just says, "Hi, we're stupid. We're just gonna go with this now."
One of my other favorite, I think it's from the same era, dumb action movies was Shoot 'Em Up with, I think, was it Clive Owen or was it Gerard Butler? Is one of those guys. And
I never seen that one. I know. I remember hearing about it. Never
it's worth
saw it.
watching. It's kind of like Kill Bill with guns. Is the best way I can describe it.
Okay. Hmm. I'd like to you see, I'd like to take a real short break to refill my water because I was very thirsty from having to run around all day today. And today looks like it might be our last warm day. We should be getting a lot cooler starting tomorrow. I just want to sorry, I just want to refill my water so we can talk about some of these other King Arthur adaptations of the last 50, 70 years, some of which are very good and some of which are absolutely moronic.
All right. Well, let's take a few minutes off. I'm also going to get a little bit of water and we will reconvene in just a few minutes.
All right.
I have returned.
I just did too.
All
Okay.
right. Uh, um. So with the Arthurian adaptations, where did you want to begin?
Do you want to go with, do you want to start good or ridiculous, or do you want to do it chronological?
Let's do it chronologically.
Okay. So I'm only talking about ones that, sorry, I'm only going to be talking about ones that I've seen. So starting chronologically here, then. Okay. Let me see. So there are a few things I'll mention that are a bit more peripheral because one thing about Arthur is it being and I don't know exactly how well known or recognized it is today, but I got those things you kind of grow up with, like say, vague understanding of say Robin Hood, right?
Yeah.
I've been told that for some people right now that's World War II, at least in a historical sense,
Wow.
kind of like how it used to be Wild West things, say in the 1950s,
Hmm.
you know. But you had the books by T.H. White. You ever read these or know about them?
I have
Like the,
not.
the Once and Future King.
I have heard the title, but I've never read
Yeah,
it or
he
anything.
he very much popularized. It's a fantasy book series. Um, he started getting published in the 1930s. Very well regarded. I couldn't necessarily get into it, but I feel like maybe I was in the wrong headspace, so maybe try it out another time. The first book was The Sword and Stone, which of course was adapted in the Disney movie in 1963. You've seen that one?
I have not actually. I'm not a big Disney fan, really.
Uh, yeah, this one's a movie that non-Disney fans like.
Ah.
Like my dad and my brother are not Disney fans, and they loved it. It's one of my brother's all-time favorite movies, and definitely by far his favorite Disney movie. Uh, it's it's mostly it's just its own version of King Arthur's childhood, being taught by Arthur while he's being raised by Sir Ector and Sir Kay.
All right. So it follows the Mallory timeline then.
I think almost all these follow Mallory for the most part.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Sir Ector. I do find that part of the story odd that Merlin basically abducts Arthur and has him raised by a random knight.
Yeah, they don't get into that really in here. So that Merlin, it's like they kind of just happen upon Merlin, and he takes an interest in the kid and teaches him lessons. Oftentimes by transforming him into an animal, like say a squirrel or a fish. Um, this was done. I want to say this might have been the last animated film before Walt Disney died. This came out in 1963, and he died in 1966. I want to say. I don't know what came out after The Sword and the Stone. Um, the animation, The Sword and the Stone, is less polished than you would find, say, in Sleeping Beauty. But Sleeping Beauty, as far as the animated films made when Walt Disney was alive, that is going to be the most polished and aesthetically beautiful because Walt Disney waited until he felt that his animators were up to snuff for it. Like that was his holy grail, if you will.
Right.
um, and I guess it kind of like that for him is a career high point that they pulled that off. Oh, by the way, the guy who later on made The Secret of Nin, Dom Bluth, he actually did work on Sleeping Beauty, which that guy's still alive and signs things. I'm kind of like, wow, you can still get something signed by the guy who worked on one of the guys who worked on Sleeping Beauty, although he was, of course, very young, so very low on the rankings there, but still.
Yeah, it's pretty
Uh,
cool though.
yeah, it is. It is. So I didn't. I did. I'm of course I knew Don Bluth been animation for a while, but I didn't realize he worked on Sleeping Beauty. So Sleeping Beauty. You've seen that one before?
I believe so. I don't know because I know there have been multiple movie versions of it. So
Yeah, we had a mom had a My mom had a VHS that one of her nurse um one of our fellow nurses made for us as kids. It had Pinocchio, Sleeping Beauty, and I'm trying to remember the other one on there. I think the other one we used to fast forward through. Came one of those white Polaroid cases that they put the blank tapes on. But we watched Sleeping Beauty quite a bit because it's a fantastic looking movie and has a great ending. But I mention that because The Sword and the Stone has never been as broadly beloved as other ones. And I think what hurt it at the time was that the animation simply is not as gorgeous as Sleeping Beauty, but nothing was going to be for a long time. I would say until probably The Secret of Nim
Oh
in
wow.
1982. Yeah. I, I I'm sure somebody might mention a different animated movie between then and then, but I'm not thinking of one on the top of my head, you know. Um, but Sword in the Stone is I think it's great. It's got a good mix of the music's good, the voice acting's superb, uh, good mix of comedy and some like, exciting scenes as well. You have the wizard's duel between Merlin and Mad Madam Mim. Uh, and just anybody who ever met my dad and saw Merlin the movie thought they were meeting my dad
Really?
too. Yeah, no, it was funny sometimes. So uh, but no, I think it's a marvelous movie. I have not seen it in a while. I've been trying to put a movie night together with that sometime here for, but after October because this is going to be horror movie month, of course. So maybe in November, December. Um, but that one is based on White, and White is really drawing from Mallory.
Okay.
You know, but chronologically puts me in a bit of a cramp actually because I have to go through all these and then see which year did this one come out and that one.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be super
Let me
strict
see.
about it. I mean, we can backtrack a bit if need be. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Well, nah, you said chronological. I'll do chronological, man.
All right.
It just take me a sec to decide who comes next is all. Hey, man. Hey, remember King Arthur does show up in Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings. You played that game?
I have played it. I played the tutorial when it was on the Game Pass, but I didn't see King Arthur pop up in that. I guess because they then put Age of Empires 4 on it, so then I downloaded that instead.
I think with Age of Empires 2, you got him through using the scenario editor. Age of Empires 2 is a great game, though. Real step forward for real time strategy. And I say sadly better than Age of Empires because Age of Empires was good and looked great as well, but Age of Empires 2, they added so many things like formations. You had so many more factions. Each faction had like a special unit. Like the Mongols had their horse archers. The Teutonic Knights were like Terminator. I mean, it was just a fairly slow moving armored target that would walk around and destroy things.
Right. I guess you just have Varangians and samurai and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, they had the samurai. They kind of hurt the Franks because they gave them the Franks represent the French. They gave them a throwing axeman
Oh yeah, that
who
that would have
wasn't
been the iconic unit of the Franks, actually.
it wasn't bad, but I don't know. The French were good in the game because I liked them at least because they had tough knights and cheap castles. That's what I liked about them. Um,
Sounds right.
I just yeah, yeah. So let me see. Oh yeah, then there is Monty Python: The Holy Grail. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, of course. The
Who
Holy
made us
Hand
watch
Grenade
that
of
again?
Antioch. What?
Do you remember who made us watch that?
Was it William probably?
No, that'd be Crystal.
Oh. Oh yeah. I forgot. Was that at her place when we did that, or was that?
Yeah, yeah, we did that and Total Recall.
Oh yeah. Okay, I do remember that now.
Now, what did you think? What did you think of the Holy of Monty Python: The Holy Grail?
Um, it's not a bad movie by any means. I feel like it tends to be a bit overrated, or maybe you just have to be British. I mean, it's good, but I don't think it's truly great.
So, one of the problems that that movie ran into, and in some ways it's really no fault of its own, was if you ever hung out in like fucking nerd game stores, they just quoted all the time. So I used to say like, we don't really need to watch this movie. You've been saying it to me forever, and maybe it's not as prevalent now, but man, like late 90s, early aughts, I just heard Monty Python and the Holy Grail jokes all the time.
Yeah, I do get the impression, or at least I used to, that a lot of people were much, much more invested in that than I was. Because
Yeah.
I'd often hear references like there's a grenade. Is it the holy hand grenade of Antioch? Okay.
Oh
Not
God,
every
that's
grenade needs to
terrible.
be that. It's fine. You can have
Not
more than
every
one
grenade is
grenade in the
good.
world.
Hey, they even fit into Fallout 2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that the holy hand grenade of Antioch reference is probably the most common thing out of that movie that shows up in fucking every game. It seems like.
Yeah, because yeah, it for whatever many reasons it became real popular with nerds, right? And nerds is one thing they know how to do. They know how to kill something by doing it to death, right?
Yeah,
So yeah, you'd have I think Fallout 2 also had the bridge, the guy at the bridge who has them ask who has them asks them like you ask three questions, and if you answer one of them wrong, you die. One of them's like, what's your favorite color? Green, no blue. Ah, that kind of thing, right?
yeah,
So yeah, just stuff like that. They put in, like I said, they put in Fallout 2. Although to be fair, Fallout 2 has just about everything in there,
yeah. I
including
mean,
some really obscure stuff.
all the Fallout games are kind of like that. They all have very obscure references in them. Um, and then, of course, there's the famous scene with the knight who makes them cut off all his limbs. That one
Yeah,
also, I've seen that in almost every cartoon. It seems like every cartoon will eventually do that at some point.
I do want to. Oh yeah, God. We'll get to that in a sec with the Transformers episode. But one of the other ones too about that with Fallout, though, I have to say though, is Fallout One made references, but Fallout One really tried to integrate them better into the plot, and Fallout One really essentially takes itself seriously. Fallout Two, they just go full like this is a comedy. This is like a dark sci-fi action comedy. Um, to the point where there's one part in Fallout 2 where if you blow up this one wall, you let out this guy with a flight jacket, and the thing literally says, "Well, you've just found another obscure comic book reference."
Yeah. There's also, well, Fallout 3 and New Vegas are the ones that I've played, and they also have references like that, but I feel like they're probably more in the spirit of Fallout 1 from what you're describing. Where
Yeah,
there are some times where they'll just go full goofy, but for the most part, it's not that.
yeah. Fallout 2, I found the people who didn't like it. The people who didn't like it had a point. The references did get a little ridiculous. Now I still love it 10 out of 10 for other reasons, but they had a point there. That's the weak point of the game. It gets a little goofy. But that's it. But anyway, so yeah, the Monty Python and the Holy Grail. There's this one good video on YouTube by Collative Learning where he talks about uh, Monty Python and the Holy Grail also being a commentary on leftover evidence of medieval thoughts, ideas, and especially titles and trappings in Britain and making fun of those.
Oh yeah,
Right down to yeah, right down to like the them having like the fake documentary. That guy's like talking about this is where Otho was stopped, and then he gets murdered.
yeah,
But here's the thing, I saw this movie really young, thought it was hilarious. Saw it in high school, thought it was hilarious. Still think it's hilarious. I don't watch it very often though, and I don't hang out in nerd stores anymore. They kind of really suck now because everybody's autistic, extra autistic. But what happens is I don't hear the references as much, so I don't feel as annoyed. But I will say, to me, the funniest thing in the movie is something that people usually don't mention. It's when John Cleese runs into the castle and just murders tons of people at random. And he thinks he's there to go save a princess. He slaughters a bunch of people randomly though. Like he'll run by, he'll like kill a random woman, kill a random guard, run by the other ones, and then like the head of the castle is like, "Hey, let's not get involved." He wants to have him marry his daughter or something. So he's like, "Hey, let's not get concerned about who killed who."
yeah,
Like, and they got heroic music playing, and that's also kind of like the commentary, I think, also on the fact that what did these medieval knights do?
yeah. They
You
just
know,
killed people pretty much. They were hired guns. or swords.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I mean, read the Song of Roland. I mean, there's a lot of brain splatter in there, and these are warriors who have no compunction about slaughtering peasants.
oh yeah, not at all. Um, they also still think had that kind of Celtic ideal of battle fury. You know, the battle furor. I recently
Yeah.
read the cattle raid on Cooley about Cuchulainn, and supposedly he would get so fired up that even when he was a kid, he would have been hunting, and his uncle saw him coming to town, and he was ready to just start slaughtering his fellow warriors from this town. So his uncle had him grabbed because they showed him some boobs, and then he was distracted, and they grabbed him, and they threw him in multiple vats of water. And he had so much heat he was generating that he destroyed 3 vats before he finally cooled down and lost his hunger for battle. So I feel like they still
Wow.
had a little bit of that idea in the Middle Ages, the idea of I'm fired up for battle and my thirst can't be slaked until my sword is covered in blood.
Sword is thirsty.
Yeah.
Also,
Also, speaking of
yeah.
Cuchulainn and the relationship to Arthur, real fast, there's also a story in that particular Irish tale later on, or that saga, where Cuchulainn has a son who has been raised by a woman who felt scorned by him. The son tries to kill him, and instead Cuchulainn kills his own kid. And then because he's Cuchulainn, he thinks about it for like 5 minutes and then moves on with his life. So it's kind of like the Arthur Mordred thing, except with less depth. Because Cuchulainn is very much like I kill stuff and I fuck stuff. That's all I do.
So, God, that's even lower than Conan the Barbarian.
Oh yeah, no. Conan, by contrast, is a deep and soulful person. No, Cuchulainn is
Yeah.
easily like the most Terminator-esque figure I've ever encountered in an epic. And I've read a fair number of them at this point, from around the world, but I feel like any character you can think of, say Prince Rama, or fucking Gilgamesh of all people, way more redeemable and human than Cuchulainn.
Achilles,
Oh, Achilles by
way more.
far. Achilles had a good friend,
Yeah.
and he wept for his friend, so...
Also, Achilles had these like emotionally vulnerable moments, right?
Yeah, and he seemed to have some regard for the woman, was it Briseis, who was taken from him.
Yeah.
So,
But also,
yeah.
you mean like the scene with Priam and Achilles at the end of the Iliad? It's
Yeah, he
just
shows
superb,
Priam
you know.
respect. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. No, it's.
Achilles is way better than Cuchulainn in terms of being a decent human, and he sucks pretty bad. So,
I'm gonna have to look up Cuchulainn.
no, yeah, read the cattle raid on Cooley. It's amazing how this man has no feelings at all, no regard for other humans.
Wow. I'm going to skip the next one in the chronology. I did actually set up a chronology real quick. I'm going to skip the next one because it's the best one. It's the most interesting one, but I'll get to that later. Uh, now I'll mention one of the absolute goofiest ones. So I forget, how well do you know the first run, the Generation 1 of Transformers?
Not as well as you do. It was
Yeah.
already because it was. I guess by the time I was old enough to watch it, it was kind of going out. I mean, I still remember Transformers coming on TV, but it was not
Well,
as
they
popular by
did
then.
rerun. They were doing reruns well into the 90s because it was still good views.
Yeah, so I still remember the old GI Joe and Transformers, but by that point, the networks were pushing Turtles and whatever else was coming out. And Thundercats would also be in that same category of things that I still got to see, but it was, kind of on the back burner.
It's interesting to mention though that those three you mentioned, along with Masters of the Universe, were the four biggest ones at the time, anyway.
Yeah, that's the other one I did see some of. I feel like that was definitely the least common out of those four, though, at least by the time I was starting to watch cartoons a lot.
Yes, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
He Man did not hold up as much.
Transformers was the most common of those four, I would say. At least definitely around here, they were doing reruns of Transformers until like 1995, 96 around here.
So when I was
From
in
like
Georgia, which would have been like 92 or not, like yeah, 1992 to 95 approximately, I remember GI Joe probably being the biggest of those ones, but it might just be that I liked it more because I was really into the toys for GI Joe.
But the thing about GI Joe was that one you had the original Sunbow run, and then they had the Deke run, which is the late '80s, early '90s.
That might be the one I watched, but I've also seen a lot of
And
those episodes, like the classic '80s episodes.
oh yeah, no, it just they didn't rerun them around here as much.
Oh,
We did get them though. Don't get me wrong, we did get them, but they didn't run. They didn't do the old reruns around here quite as much as they did Transformers. Um, Thundercats would be a distant third, and then Masters Universe. I mean, from just I remembered it being around a lot when I was until I was about 4, 5 roughly, and then it just disappears. But the thing is, the toys are everywhere, the art's everywhere, the puzzles, everything is everywhere. And at the time, we had seen a bunch of it as really young, so you just kind of remembered it being a thing. Or the storybooks would still be around,
well, I remember
because there's just so much of it that was made.
still seeing reruns of it, but it wasn't shown very often. Actually, if anything, just because of my schedule, because I think
Mhm.
when I was like in school, that's when a lot of that shit would play, so I wouldn't get to see it. Thundercats was in the afternoon though, so actually I probably ended up seeing the most Thundercats of all that, but I wasn't that into
Gotcha.
Thundercats, so it's just kind of based on schedule. Uh, but yeah, with He-Man, I just remember thinking this show's not that good, and Skeletor is cooler than He-Man.
Yeah, no, no, dude, no shit, man.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, it's interesting to note. Of course, He-Man's drawn a bunch of influence from Conan the Barbarian and other stuff. Not really Arthurian legend.
Oh
I
yeah.
mentioned I've gone to this digression here because those cartoon shows they had to make so many episodes that one of the fun things about those cartoons is they would just do some ridiculous shit, which I appreciate about them. Like people go look at that and might go like, "Oh, that's not very serious." I'm like, that's what I'm kind of liking is that these guys were in a writer's room and are like, "What the fuck are we gonna do for this week?" So here's one of the great what the fuck episodes ever of Transformers is a Decepticon raider in King Arthur's court.
Nice.
Yeah. So the greatest Decepticon ever, Starscream, uh, and along with Rumble, who sounds like he's from Brooklyn, and Ramjet, who is, as his name would imply, is not the smartest guy. They go back in time to the land of Camelot, and so they're back over that way. Oh, by the way, they misspelled Decepticon for the title card.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Oh
this is
right, I
a
see
cartoon
that.
show where if this is a cartoon show where you have Thundercracker talking and sound like Starscream, right? The color. I mean, because being fair to them, people are like, "Well, the animation's crude." I'm like, "Yeah, but they have to churn this stuff out." The fact that you're even getting whatever quality you get is a bit shocking. But anyway, so they get followed in by the human Spike along with the Autobots Warpath and Hoist, and they proceed to have a King Arthur adventure along with Merlin.
Huh.
I don't think Arthur is there though. I think the only named character really. I mean, they're in Camelot, of course, but I think um,
Sir Atheling, and then there's Sir Wiggin
maybe
the
they don't even
Black.
use the.
Yeah,
Let me
it's
see.
interesting because Atheling was actually the Anglo-Saxon name for a crown prince, so that would not be someone who'd be at Arthur's court.
Yeah, God, I thought. Well, dude, there's a wizard in there. It's obviously Merlin.
Yeah. Well, the wizard is named Bjort, apparently,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. That's Merlin.
which does
Yeah. So
sound
you got
sufficiently
like
Welsh, at least. So,
yeah, you got some ridiculous stuff in
I,
here. Uh,
wow.
it's a yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Bjork, to be fair though, he's kind of looking more like Radagast the Brown, right?
Although, so it's clearly Merlin, but actually, I'm pretty sure the name Bjort is also Anglo-Saxon rather than Welsh. Now I think about it.
Oh, that's interesting. They went for something almost more Anglo. Oh, okay, that's
Yeah, just
fascinating. All
like
right.
they have a Sir Atheling. Like I said, that's the name for an
Yeah.
Anglo-Saxon crown prince. Uh,
Anyway, they're running low on energy, so Decepticons like essentially have human slaves make power for them to stay alive. Starscream makes gunpowder by having Rumble collect bird droppings. Uh, anyway, it's just a goofy, over the top episode. and I like those a lot. You know, like triple takeover, where one of the Decepticons becomes a football coach.
Right.
Or yeah, no, he has a football coach for a military advisor, and he takes over a football stadium and makes it his military base. Shit like that. It's just fun. So there you go. There's our other Arthurian legend. There is is a Decepticon rare in King Arthur's court there,
So I guess the
and
title is a play on the was it Mark Twain work, a Yankee in King Arthur's Court?
yes, a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court, which
No,
I've never read. Have you?
I have not. No.
Yeah. And then in 1988, uh, Marvel Comics did the superhero team Excalibur, which is a British-based superhero team, which originally had like Nightcrawler and Captain Britain in it. Um, but and I was mentioning, of course, the fact that they're going to throw in. I'm going to say this like Arthurian stuff gets borrowed with so many things. There's a whole Doctor Who episode called Battlefield with Sylvester McCoy that's all like steeped in Arthurian legend. Not a good episode. Not a good serial, by the way. Don't recommend. But I think what's actually a better example of that, or at least better quality, is you ever saw The Fisher King from 1991?
No, I don't think so.
That's a really good movie. It had Jeff Bridges, Robin Williams, and Mercedes Roel, who won like Best Supporting Actress for being in the movie. I haven't seen that in a long time. Directed by Terry Gilliam. You know him?
I've heard of him. He did a show I was watching once. Shit, I can't think of what it was, but yeah, I'm familiar with his work.
Yeah, he did. The movie often considered his best is Brazil. Oh, He also did work on Monty Python as well. In fact, did he direct Monty Python? I want to say. Yeah, yeah, he did. He collaborated on it at least. So he did the Fisher King, which also draws from Arthurian legend. I have not seen it in a long time, but I really liked it. Say that's a good one to look at. Oh yeah, Terry Gilliam. The other ones like Time Bandits, Adventures of Baron Munchausen, and 12 Monkeys, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah, he's a really good director. He probably should have done more stuff though, but he was really big in the 1990s, well 80s and 90s.
I want to say
Um,
most of my familiarity with him is from a show rather than a movie. Just can't think of what the
what's the
show
show
is.
you're talking about?
I don't know. I have to look up his IMDb real fast, but um I've definitely seen his name on screen a lot of times. That's why I know it has to be a show I'm familiar with rather than a movie. Um,
I'm not seeing anything, but I'm just looking it up right quick for you. Uh, no, there's nothing really there that I'm seeing. Television, just the only credit he really has is Monty Python.
okay, maybe
It's
I'm
Flying
mistaken.
Circus.
I swear I've seen that name before. I don't know. Maybe I'm just having like a Bernstein Bears moment. Maybe there's somebody who has a similar name. I'm just getting them confused for some reason.
He also did Jabberwocky. That's a pretty good movie. No, Terry Gilliam. No, a lot of this stuff is fantasy with a lot of historical elements thrown in. Fisher King was set, in 1991 when the movie came out, essentially, so contemporary. So not really. Sorry, so not really a true fantasy film in that regard, but definitely draws elements from Arthur. I can recommend that one. That's an example, kind of like things like Battlefield or the Transformers episode, where it's like, well, what are we going to do? Well, we're just going to throw in some Arthurian elements in there, toss it in there, and see how it looks.
Yeah.
It's some just better than other ones, right? But then there is one of the most notoriously boring, bland, terrible cartoon shows ever, King Arthur and the Knights of Justice.
I did not watch that.
And thank God you didn't. We turned this off when it came on. I mean, I was getting a little older by that time anyway, but still, we turned this off. All right. The premise is Merlin. Camelot's not doing well, so Merlin decides he's got to get some warriors from the future to save the past. So he recruits a football team.
Oh God. So it's basically Red Dawn just for kids.
Yeah, the quarterback is Arthur, and he becomes King Arthur. Oh, they got great. Well, there's a Lancelot, but there's names like Trunk and Wally and Brick, Sir Gallop.
Yeah, those sound like British names like they would have in A Clockwork Orange for their buds, their droogs.
Oh yeah, well he has the name Dim, doesn't he?
Yeah, Dim, and
Yeah.
I don't feel like any of the other names were any better.
I'm gonna put a link to that Transformers episode because it actually is on YouTube. Oh, there's Pete, Georgie, and Dim. Those are his three droogs.
Ah,
Yeah. So, what was I going to say here? So, this one, it's a very bland TV show. Nothing really special to it. What's interesting though is they really did try to push this as a major. They really tried to push this major franchise, and it was developed by Mattel. So the toys look deceptively like He-Man toys.
probably
Now,
the
by
same
that time,
molds.
yeah. So what happens is Masters of the Universe brand collapsed because Mattel made a bunch of big mistakes. So it's interesting. The Master Universe toy collapse might be the swiftest on record. I mean, it was at one time the highest, the biggest selling toy in the world, and it just collapsed almost instantly from a variety of reasons. And so in the early 90s, Mattel's trying to resurrect something like that. They tried to make a He Man set in future. That didn't really go anywhere. Bad toys, too. And then they did this one. So same mold, kind of like like a sword and sorcery thing for kids. Only the animation in many ways is worse. Now, in some ways, it's better because it's maybe arguably a little more fluid. But say what you will of the Masters Universe, as poorly animated as it is, the design is interesting, and it's kind of it's kind of interesting having like we have a castle and a palace, but with swords and ray guns, which makes it almost kind of like Dune-esque. You know, uh, so King Arthur just didn't have that show just didn't have that kind of panache. Didn't have any visual panache to it. They did make a Super Nintendo video game, which I never bothered to play because for one thing the show sucked, and also by the time it came out, the show had already been canceled for like 2 years.
I mean, Knights of the
Um,
Round.
King Arthur and the Knights of Justice for Super Nintendo,
Oh,
developed by Enix. Um, the only things I've ever know about this game is that occasionally I run into it in review. There's like lists of like terrible games or TV shows turned to terrible games. It never comes out looking good. Say
okay.
that.
Yeah, I've never encountered this before, so
It was a late Nintendo Super Nintendo release, like 1995.
yeah, May '95. And I guess this is before
Yeah,
Enix merged with Square, because now Square Enix, is responsible for the Final Fantasy games and stuff like that. So
Enix was a good studio. Well, Enix as a solo studio was a good studio. So a little surprising to put this kind of dreck. It also
it's also
appears
an
it only came out of
RPG
North
apparently.
America.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
So this is a top-down action adventure game. Uh,
Yeah, taking elements from Secret of Mana and A Link to the Past.
Interesting, because I would have never thought that's what this was, but I might actually give this a shot at some point.
All right, well, tell me. We all wait in rapt attention. We definitely want to hear how that goes.
Oh God, yeah,
Um,
I've noticed this on the map. Tintagel Castle. This is a Welsh castle that's apparently associated with the Arthurian legend. But
No, so if you guys want a good laugh, go check out some King Arthur and the Knights of Justice. This used to be mentioned, even to the aughts to be mentioned when people go like, people talk about like TV shows. They'd be like, "Well, what about this show?" We'd be like, "Oh my God, that one." Uh, and not in the sense of anything being interesting. Like somebody mentioned, like Dino Saucers, which was about dinosaurs from space coming to Earth. I mean, yeah, it's stupid, but there's a once again, there's a kind of panache to it. This one's just bland.
yeah,
God, or Denver the Last Dinosaur. Ooh,
yeah,
God,
that
that's dark.
sucked.
Yeah, but I would rather watch Denver the Last Dinosaur over this.
So basically, if I ever wanted to torture you, I could just make you watch all the episodes of King Arthur and the Knights of Justice.
Yeah, well, it could be a case by episode 6, I start noticing themes that they're going for.
And you could write like a full breakdown, a whole book on the meaning and depth of King Arthur and the Knights of Justice.
Yeah. I want to say the other thing that happened with this one is I want to say it was part of the Amazing Adventures program block. It says I remember that, and I think Exo Squad was part of that. But Exo Squad's actually good. That was actually a quality show.
Okay.
Like characters die in Exo Squad. Exo Squad has episodes based on like the Battle of the Bulge and the Battle of Okinawa.
Okay, I've never heard of that.
Oh, that's a good show. That's but I mean, some people looked at it and said like it was derivative of anime, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, but you understand, like it was a for that time in particular. I mean, it was a show that had decent animation. Characters had not every character. Some of the characters were like 1 and 2 dimensional, but some characters were 3 dimensional. And the plot was continuous and it was complicated. There was like political intrigue. In fact, one of the things that probably hurt Exo Squad was that the first few episodes were setting up what was going to happen. So people watched it and said, I remember my brother actually saw the episode and said it was boring. All there was an assassination attempt. And that's like really early in the series.
Man,
Um,
it looks like it also got a Sega Genesis game made for it.
it did not a bad one either. A decent, not a great Sega Genesis game, but a decent Sega Genesis game. Exo Squad's a good show. That one holds up. I actually watched it back and rewatched it back in Kentucky and was pretty happy with it. Especially those later episodes where they are copying the last year of World War II in the plot.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you got that one. Oh, and then now we have 1995's classic First Night. You ever saw this thing?
I think so, yes. I also remember my dad had a movie called Excalibur that I watched, or at least tried to watch, and it sucked.
Well, we're going to talk about Excalibur last because that's the good one.
Okay.
Um,
Oh yeah, the one with Sean Connery. I do remember this. This movie also.
yeah, this is
And Richard Gere. Yeah, this sucked.
yeah. Now I don't have anything against Richard Gere in particular. He's done very well in certain movies. Thinking like Officer and a Gentleman, Primal Fear. Not this one. This is one of the worst casting choices ever.
So I'm guessing he's Lancelot.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, actually, it's
and of
funny
course,
because when I was growing up, my mom's celebrity crush was always Richard Gere.
that would be a lot of people your mom's age.
Probably so, but she talked about Richard Gere constantly. That and KC from KC and the Sunshine Band, of all fucking people.
Well, my mom's was Harrison Ford, okay, which was another one you heard a lot.
Yeah, I can respect that choice, though.
Yes, yes, much, much, much better. Um, and I mean, First Night did. I mean, it says here drew some elements from not just like Mallory. Uh, this movie was heavily advertised at the time. There was a bit of hype for it. Then it came out. It made now because there was hype. It did well at first and made money, but promptly forgotten afterwards. I do remember one time I was in a car and everybody's asking people like, "What's the movie you know is bad but you like anyway?" So my brother's was Congo. Mine is Orca. And this other guy, his was like I forget his, but this one woman, hers was First Night, and she could barely stop laughing as she said it.
Yeah, I kind of also liked Congo. That's not a bad one. It's bad, but it's kind of fun, entertaining. And I think part of
Oh
the
man,
reason
all right.
I enjoyed it is because I saw it, and that was actually my first experience with surround sound because one of my neighbors had just gotten a surround sound system when we watched Congo at his house.
Well,
Yeah, so I guess in my mind, Congo is like an advanced movie or like a technical masterpiece, and I know it's not. But just because I remember seeing that new technology for the first time, I still think of it mentally as like, yeah, that's a technical piece of work.
well, to be fair to you, Congo at the time had um, some of the special effects they were using in there, and the sound they were using was actually, and this actually came to the same as First Night, actually was advanced.
Mm.
They put a decent amount of money into it, and Congo made a fair amount of money as well, though it wasn't like a huge hit by any means. The toys weren't flying off the shelf. Um, I don't mind Congo. I think Congo's fine, but I get my friend Veronica. She loves Congo. Actually, funny enough, I asked when I was asking her that same question. She said Congo. So this is a popular
Yeah,
choice.
actually, and you mentioned Orca as well. I kind of like that one too.
That one, I'll say this for Orca. I feel like its reputation has gone up over the years. I think it was more hated when I was a kid.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know,
those movies, because a lot of the '90s movies I'll recognize they're not that good really. Like Independence
Hmm.
stays in the same category. It's not a good movie, but it's still kind of enjoyable.
I like parts of Independence Day. I used to have a lot of friends who were in who did computers, you know, like repairs and everything, and they thought Independence Day was hilarious because they're like, huh, so the alien spaceship was taken down by a Windows 95 virus.
Yeah, that and a nuke. Um,
That's how you get the shields down is a Windows 95 virus.
all right.
Um, but on first night, I just remembered seeing it and thinking that it was more bland than anything else, with Richard Gere being an absolutely awful choice, one of the worst casting choices I'd ever seen. But it did look good. I remember it being well shot with great costumes and things. Like, so visually it was strong. Yeah. Um, as far as Orca goes, by the way, that's from 1978. But one thing everybody agreed on was the music was beautiful. People hate the movie, go, oh, great music. But anyway, but yeah. So, and this first night also really played up the Guinevere Lancelot romance.
Right. Whereas we all know the real action is in the incest with Mordred. So,
Oh yeah, we'll get to that in a little bit. Did you ever see the 1998 Merlin miniseries starring Sam Neill as Merlin? Sam Neill, Alan Grant himself.
no, I don't think I'm familiar with that.
This was a pretty lavish made-for-television production, and made-for-TV movies. Apparently, their golden age was the 1970s when you did have some real classics being churned out, like say Duel, which was Spielberg's first movie, great film. There's some other ones as well that are notable from that time, and they would spend a fair amount of money on made-for-TV movies, even into the early aughts. They had one on Hitler's life at one time that was pretty decent. But sorry, so this is still a time when they took these made-for-TV movies sort of seriously.
Right.
So for this one, this it's not a joke cast. You've got like Miranda Richardson, Martin Short, Isabella Rossellini. These will cost money, you know.
Yeah. No, it's
Oh
like
yeah,
a
James Earl Jones, remember him? John Gielgud. Oh my God, they tried to get everybody they could in this thing. So, oh, look, Cersei Lannister was in this as Guinevere. Well, that's
really
interesting.
that was her.
Yeah, yeah, really early on.
Lena Headey. Yeah,
Um,
you're right. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess
yeah,
I
God,
guess
this
I
is
forget that she's older than I think she is. So
yeah. Still, this is one hell of a cast they got here. That's an example of that. Like they didn't spare expense on this thing. Uh, I have not seen it since the '90s. I liked it then. I don't know how I'd feel about it now. I also think late 1990s movies were getting pretty bad, so we also might have been desperate for anything, and especially in the terms of fantasy, because you had in the wake of Star Wars, you then had a big boost in fantasy films early 1980s. So a lot of them were of a darker variety. Like I say darker, I mean like Conan the Barbarian, Dragon Slayer. I mean they're not like dark films, but they get Conan has blood splatter and nudity. Dragon Slayer's got human sacrifice and is obviously set in the dark ages.
well, I mean, only
Um,
one of those Star Wars imitators blew it away, though, and you know which one that was?
F Stalker.
Laser Blast. Because remember, they're going down
Oh,
the
that's
highway and they
right.
literally destroy a Star Wars poster or
Oh
whatever it
God,
was, a billboard with
that
Star
part's
Wars.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's in the truck with the guy, and he just shoots the he just shoots the billboard. The billboard says nothing except Star
I know,
Wars,
and it's like, yeah, because this is definitely better than that.
and then the guy in the truck goes "Far out," and then he kills
Yeah,
the guy. Of course, that was the last bumper for Mystery Science Theater when they signed off on Comedy Central. Because you remember at the end of each episode they'd have like some line from the movie.
right.
It was the guy going "Far out."
Yeah,
So man, like, um, Merlin, though, as I remember it, really was doing a lot of its own thing, and it was actually much more about Merlin and their own interpretation of him, looking at his backstory and everything. I imagine it being a late 1990s movie. There's going to be a lot of schmaltz and cheese, this is not an era of filmmaking I particularly like because it was, I mean, late 90s, early aughts movies are just very corny. I saw a YouTube video where somebody was describing it as an era where authenticity was prized. You can see that in movies like American Beauty and Pleasantville and Shrek and other things, where it's like, try to be your authentic self. I'm not sure if this movie would necessarily fall into that, but my guess is it might, because I remember it being kind of corny, but I also liked some of the creative things that, like, the sword and the stone is like a rock guy with his hand holding the sword,
Right.
for instance, instead of being just a rock. That was just fun little creative elements here. And once again, they did get a good cast for it, no doubt about that. you know. So I think I might return to Merlin and just see how it holds up. Um, and then you get 2001's Black Knight with Martin Lawrence, one of the least funny people who ever lived.
Oh yeah, that movie was a turd. I don't even. I know I've seen it. I don't remember it at all, really.
Yeah, I think this occasion gets featured in those things of like, hey, you want to like watch a terrible film?
Actually, I think at one point this was in a movie store right next to the Heath Ledger Night movie. So I always associate those two as kind of a pair.
Oh, what was that? A Knight's Tale?
I think so. Yeah, Nice Tale. That's what it was.
Yeah, that's another movie like that's another movies like Follow Your Dreams type of movies were big at that time. Um,
And it also wasn't
Knight's
very
Tale was
good, but it was better than this.
A Knight's Tale was very well received at the time, made decent money. I wasn't. I mean, I liked parts of A Knight's Tale, and I thought them using like Queen music was kind of funny, But A Knight's Tale was kind of more just a gimmick, really.
Oh, I just thought of something. So is Black Knight? Were they trying to do the Army of Darkness just with Martin Lawrence?
I think that, and also kind of also playing on the Connecticut Yankee and King Arthur's Court stuff as well.
Ah,
You know, you can tell this movie is a winner because its IMDb, its Wikipedia page does nothing about production. It just says, because some of these movies they'll at least have a paragraph about where they filmed, what was the film experience like. There's like nothing on here. Everybody wants to forget this ever happened.
yeah. Well, they might have also filmed it hastily because this it doesn't seem like a movie they put a lot of thought into.
I have sincere doubts they put a lot of thought into this.
Yeah, would this qualify as black exploitation,
Uh,
or is it more
Not
just like
really.
Martin Lawrence was famous for a minute and they just put him in a bunch of shit?
I can't claim to be an expert on black exploitation. My gut says no. That black exploitation is a specific style of films from most of the 1970s, a bit into the early 1980s, that are movies that feature majority black casts, sometimes all black casts,
Right.
um, that are also exploitation films. Like
Like
they're
Blackula, yeah.
well, they're made to have things like nudity and violence in them for just the sake of it, and a lot of times they're following the wake of something that's popular that's happened, like some other popular movie.
If
Uh,
if you want to see one, I think that would qualify as black exploitation, but it's actually really good, or at least very interesting. Dolomite is actually a pretty fun movie.
Dolomite's a comedy. Dolomite's like parodying those while still being one of those. Dolomite's great, love it.
Yeah, and
Fucking
also
funny ass movie, man.
the Eddie Murphy
Uh,
version of it, where it's about the guy who created all the Dolomite stuff. That's also a pretty good modern movie.
that's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's a pretty good one. There's also he did that's Dolomite. That's Rudy Ray Moore,
yeah,
who
Rudy Ray.
me and my brother are like Rudy Ray Moore is like one of those guys where it's like he is he a good actor? No, but man, he's got screen presence.
No, he does. Like he's very charismatic and entertaining.
Like, bitch, are you for real? Like he's got great shit, man. And
Yeah.
there's also the Human Tornado, which the trailer for that's amazing. It's like so much action, it'll put your ass in traction.
Well,
Yeah, so no, Rudy Ray Moore movies, they're great. They're ridiculous. I would say the besides that one, Blackula is actually not bad. It's got some pretty good stuff in there. Um, so notice that the very first one, Sweet Sweetback's badass song. That was made on such a low budget. I mean, that's a tough movie to watch because it's made on a really low budget, you know, and it's got some good scenes, but also it's not the most well-made movie. although, I don't know. I mean, like, I like as an example of some guy like making this cheap underground film and getting it done. The movie about it being made, which it's Melvin Van Peebles made, his son Mara Van Peebles made a movie about the making of. That's really good. But then again, he had a budget. Superfly is very good and has a great soundtrack.
Martin Lawrence, he was in Big Mama's House, right? Or
Unfortunately, that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
you see, I actually liked the original one, but then all the attempts at making sequels were shit and should have never happened.
I remember being forced to watch that by a dude who was trying to get laid with a girl, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is fucking torture."
I would
Like,
never. It would
uh,
never occur to me to show a woman Big Mama's House as an attempt to put her in the mood.
I, he was one of these guys who, he was like really into science, so he had like these hardcore science fiction books. He's big on Arthur C. Clarke, but he took like school and books seriously, and movies were just there for stupidity. So his entire movie collection was shit like Porky's 2,
All right. Well,
okay, which is really bad.
it's still better than the
you
Big
know,
Mama's House universe for the most part, though.
Big Mama's House universe.
I mean, the original Porky's I actually think is a defensible movie. The sequels, not as much, but the original Porky's is not bad.
There's a bartender around here who's kind of obsessed with Porky's because he thinks the movie is simultaneously of its time, bad, a funny comedy at times, and a period piece.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's set in the 50s, right? And it was made in the 80s, so it is
But
a
his
period
take on
piece.
it is that he's taken he I think he was born in the I want to think he was born in the 70s, sorry, but he said that people who were alive at that time saw Porky's and were like, yeah, no, that's like kind of like what it was like in that sort of area. So he sees it also as a historical relic.
Yeah, maybe. My
I
grandpa,
couldn't
who grew
say,
up in the
man.
50s, I think at least he used to like Porky's. So
Or at
he would have
least
been
for
a
that
teenager in the South in the 50s, so he never complained about it being
I
unrealistic.
unrealistic.
Yeah, I have to ask him about that next time I see him because he still watches a lot of movies. So, I'd be like, Grandpa, have you ever watched Porky's lately? Was that anything like what it was like to be a teenager in the 50s?
At least like in like American semi-rural South, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen Porky's in a
Yeah, I
while.
guess he would have been more small town rather than rural. But
I think it's more small town, to be honest. I'm saying rural. It's more like small town.
well, I mean, yeah,
They keep
because
going.
the bar itself is rural, but the
Yeah.
kids seem to live in a town.
Like I do remember there's a few parts maybe you really laugh hard, like when the cop pulls over, he's like taillight's broken. It's like no, it's not, and then he just breaks the tail light.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that gag pulled a number of times. I think in Walking Tall with The Rock, they do that shit too.
I thought the Porkies we did the better execute did the best execution.
Yeah.
That's broken. So, but no. Anyway, so what the fuck was I, man? No. Black exploitation wise, I didn't like Shaft. Found great theme song though. Great theme song. You know,
Shaft.
Richard Roundtree's good. I just thought it was
Yep.
kind of long and boring, but Richard Roundtree was. Yeah, the lead actor was great, and the music was great though. I'll say that for it.
Yeah.
Um, anyways, so then you have the 2004 King Arthur, which you found interesting. I saw maybe I don't know 20, 30 minutes. And I was like, I'm done here.
Yeah, I mean, granted, I only saw this movie about the time it came out, so I've not rewatched it in many years. But again, I just like the idea of they're actually trying to do. Because, I mean, doing a King Arthur movie, you're not even guaranteed to get enough interest for that, because a lot of these movies have been bombs. But then they're like, no, we're going to go with what we're trying to create a historically accurate King Arthur movie. It's kind of an insane premise in a way. So just the fact that they tried that, I respect, and I don't think it did that well at the box office.
Yeah, but I think they were also hedging their bets because you got Guinevere as warrior woman. I mean, this doesn't really work. And also some of the combat moves they were doing, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. But I think the other thing that I'm really looking at probably really hurt it too is for me, this cast, well, okay, Stellan Skarsgård's great, but like, man, a lot of these people in this cast, I don't give a shit about. Like
Yeah,
Clive Owen, bad.
well, Clive
Keira Knightley,
Owen,
bad.
yeah, Clive Owen, I think was popular at that time, though, right?
Yes, yes, he was. Okay, Mads Mikkelsen. All right, he's a great guy. All right. I don't think I saw any of the scenes with him though. In fact, I don't really remember. I actually, to be fair, I barely remember the movie because I thought it was that bad. I just kind of tuned it out. My dad thought it was truly one of the worst movies he'd ever seen.
I wouldn't go that
Yeah.
far. I've seen way worse movies than King Arthur.
That's the thing is, you've seen more movies, and we've seen more movies than him. He didn't really watch a lot of movies, but if someone was had to do with King Arthur, he always watched it, and he thought this was the worst King Arthur movie he'd ever seen.
I'm guessing your dad was probably into the story, committed to the the Thomas Mallory version of events, though. If he's
Most definitely.
yeah. So I mean, obviously this movie was not for him then.
Yeah, he also liked more Today Arthur, but not just that. I think just the style, the editing, the way they're fighting, you know. Um, yeah. And this is one I barely remember. Remember, Guy Ritchie made a King Arthur movie in 2017.
Really?
Yeah, big old bomb. It was supposed to be part. They were trying to make their own King Arthur cinematic universe. Remember that was all the rage.
Right.
People was making your own cinematic universe. Like, sorry, Universal Studios want to make their Universal monster universe, like they had in the 1930s and 40s. Apparently, the plan was to make them all heroes. To which I'm like, no, I'm not here to see Dracula, the Wolfman, the Mummy, and the Invisible Man and Frankenstein be heroes. I'm not here. They are monsters.
The Invisible
Okay.
Man movie was actually good though. That came out right before the pandemic. That was decent.
Think that wasn't the same thing.
Oh, really? Okay,
Like, I
so it
think
was
that was its
unrelated.
own. I haven't seen that. I'd like to see it. I think that because remember they also did a Wolfman movie with Benicio del Toro. Um, I think the only one they made that was specifically supposed to be part of this monster verse was the Tom Cruise Mummy one. The Invisible Man one just came out after that failed and was like its own thing.
Also, Eric
Yeah.
Bana is in this King Arthur movie. He's also in Troy. Wasn't he? Yeah, he's Hector. Okay, so they got Hector to play Uther Pendragon. That's kind of cool.
Okay. Uh, yeah. This is. Oh, they put Bedivere in this movie. Oh, interesting. Of course, the name Jaimin Hansu, which doesn't make any sense. So this movie I've never even seen. I just don't like Guy Ritchie, so automatically I wouldn't. I'm not the guy for this movie.
David Beckham's in this, the soccer player.
Who the hell does he play?
He plays a character named Trigger.
What a name.
Mage. There's King Vortigern. Okay, so Jude Law's in this as King Vortigern. And then Arthur's played by Charlie Hunnam. When I was Googling for images of Arthur, I did come across Charlie Hunnam dressed up as him, so that explains where those images came from.
Yeah.
And I didn't know who Charlie Hunnam is other than this. I don't even know how to say his name. I've never heard of him before today, so.
Man. This movie bombed, so no Arthur Cinematic Universe. I know y'all are sad, okay? I mean, are you sad?
I am. I'm deeply depressed by this news. I don't know how I'll go on. Um,
So, the last one I'm going to mention before I get to the good one, the really good one, is you ever saw The Green Knight from 2021?
no.
So this is kind of a fantasy art film, and I say fantasy. This one really, I mean, this one has Arthurian characters and tropes, and it is the story of Sir Gawain the Green Knight, with its own changes to that story. But it is definitely presented in a fantasy realm. Like there are giants in the movie. When I say giants, I mean like giants like you see in the video game Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh, fuck, okay.
Like those kinds of giants, right? Um, so if I had planned on rewatching parts of this movie for this, but because of the stomach virus, I had to spend all day just doing things to catch up.
Right.
So I did not have a minute to. I can say that this was a very well acted and shot movie, and thought it was an excellent uh, meditation on death and the fear of death and its inevitability. I can highly recommend this one. Um, I have heard one review that was favorable yet critical, said that it was essentially using medieval symbols without understanding what they meant. And I can somewhat see that there, but I would say visually it used them very well. Okay.
All right.
And I can recommend The Green Knight. I think this is a very good one. That being said, if you are looking for the definitive adaptation of Sir Gawain the Green Knight or something more faithful to the tale, uh, this is not your movie. This is definitely somebody taking the story and doing their own thing with it.
Right.
Yeah. Um, so second to last one to mention. This one's from because in 1981 you got two movies that were kind of Arthurian. Well, one was definitely Arthurian. There's a George Romero's Knight Riders, where Ed Harris runs around a motorcycle with full plate armor and a ball and chain, apparently.
Huh. That's and by Ed Harris you mean Al Bundy?
No, that's Ed O'Neill. Ed
Oh.
Harris would be like the guy in Truman Show, the guy running the show.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I've heard this is a pretty good movie. It seems kind of long, but I do like George Romero, so probably worth a look, you know? Um,
Yeah, this does look like an interesting Camelot as a
looks
state of
pretty.
mind.
What,
So it's
Camelot is a
basically a
state of
road
mind.
rash movie then.
What does that mean?
Remember Road Rash, the Sega Genesis game where you're on a motorcycle and you bash people and while you're racing?
No, for some reason I'm forgetting that one.
Well, anyway, yeah, Road Rash was a popular racing game, and there's three of them on Genesis. They also made like some PS1 version. Uh, yeah, it's a combat racing game on motorcycles.
Cool. This movie, oh god, I definitely got to see this. This movie looks absolutely ridiculous.
It looks like it's for free on YouTube.
Yeah, kick ass, man. I know what I'm gonna check out later. Oh, it's
Well,
got Tom Savini. Hell yeah, I'm checking this out. Of
yeah.
course, it's got Tom Savini. It's George Romero.
Well, it might be one of those you have to pay for. I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
you know how YouTube
Well,
is.
the last but not least is 1981 Excalibur by John Borman. You have seen this one?
I think so. I know my dad had it on it in one of those big fancy VHS cases, one of the big plastic VHS cases. That would be.
So you're saying you have, so I think you were saying you did not like this one, right?
No, I was not too impressed by this. Then again, I only saw it when
Yeah,
I was a
this
kid, so I might not have been the target audience. I don't know.
uh that's possible. I did see it. So my dad was sorry, dad really liked this one. Used to come on TV, and I wasn't there, but my brother was, and he showed it to him, and was using it to explain all the legends to him. And so that's my brother at the time when he's a kid gets interested in King Arthur. That's well, that and Sword in the Stone, right?
Yeah,
So then I watched Excalibur later, and I thought, huh, I like that, but I also felt like, let me watch this later on when I'm older. And since then, my appreciation for this movie has only really grown. Uh, so John Borman is an excellent director who also took chances and did some weird stuff. Like he did the Exorcist sequel. You ever seen that? That's really bad. Uh, but also, he was the wrong guy to direct it because he didn't like the first movie. Uh, but beyond that, you also have these great movies that like Hell in the Pacific and Deliverance, Hope and Glory, and Excalibur was originally was based around his plans for making Lord of the Rings, which everybody's mother seemed to be trying to make. It hell, the Beatles were trying to make a Lord of the Rings movie at one point. Um, Yeah, John Lennon was supposed to be Gandalf, everybody. So um, that falls through. They make Excalibur, and it's very movie's fantastical. There's magic, but there's not like dragons or anything. Not like in Merlin, because the Merlin 1988 miniseries is very fantasy, like fairies and stone monsters and all that kind of stuff, right? So you don't have anything like that. Uh, they do talk about the dragon, but the dragon's a metaphor for the world and in nature.
Hmm.
But there is definitely magic. Excalibur itself is heavily emphasized as per the name, and the sword is extremely powerful in the so the sword is very powerful in the movie. The Visually, it's done this haze, almost dreamlike state. The characters talk in a wooden language, which for some people is off-putting. I can understand that, but since they all talk that way, it draws me in because I feel like I'm looking at people who don't talk the way we do.
Right. So
Kind of like how I feel
creates
like David Lynch is doing.
so it creates
Yeah.
kind of an atmosphere. Yeah, like a
Yeah, so the, the
yeah.
the the very fact that the dialogue and the acting is wooden is creating its own atmosphere. Yeah.
So what did he go up to all the actors and say? Do your best, William Shatner.
Oh, one of them does. No, one of them really does. The guy who plays Merlin in this one. This is the most divisive thing in the movie. Is the guy who plays Merlin is Nicole Williamson, and his acting is way over the top. He was a very over the top dramatic actor, and he actually was in this version of Macbeth they showed in high school that everybody just laughed at him. And it's right. I mean, he's very theatrical. One thing about him though is they got what's her name to play Helen Mirren to play Morgana because the two of them hate each other. So they wanted all their scenes to come off like these two people hate each other because they do. um, so they specifically hired two people who did not like each other. But anyway, his acting's way over the top. He's got a metal dome head. He is the most divisive thing in the movie. You either like dome head Merlin or you don't. I do, but anybody who doesn't, I totally get it.
Interesting.
Yeah, but he plays Merlin as very over the top. Um, the movie also was a lot of actors got some of their first roles in this, like Liam Neeson, Gabriel Byrne, and Syrian Hines. Who Syrian Hines didn't even he can't even recognize him in the movie. That's how young he is.
Oh, wow.
Gabriel Byrne plays Uther Pendragon. That's one of the best parts of the movie, man. Uther Pendragon's great in this film. He's just a violent, lecherous, short-sighted man.
Nice.
Yeah. No, he is he did now he's not as bad as the guy you mentioned earlier though. He does have emotions and stuff. Okay.
Yes, it's not
He's not just
Couchelaine.
a he's not just a killing fuck machine, okay? But
Although apparently
um
Couchelaine is also a military genius too. So I guess that's his other character trait. Is he's just like a Terminator who can command other Terminators.
very cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of Terminator, one of the things this movie's known for is these guys running around the film with full plate armor at all times. At all times. Very rarely do you see the knightly characters movie not in full plate. As Danny said about this movie, they feast in full plate, they fight in full plate, they even fuck in full plate. Literally.
That's quite a feat.
Oh yeah, no, this is one of the most notorious like sex scenes ever. Is when Uther is with Igraine. He's he's essentially it is rape because she doesn't know that it's not her husband. She thinks it is because Merlin has put a glamour on to make him look like her husband, and he's in full plate the entire time.
Huh.
Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, you mentioned the thing about the Mordred incest. That's in this movie too.
Nice.
Morgana tricks Arthur into having sex with him to give birth to Mordred.
I think I
Uh,
need to rewatch this.
yeah, it's got some dark shit in there too. Lancelot later on becomes like a Christian fundamentalist, almost like John the Baptist warrior roaming around with pilgrims. Kind of reminded me of the guys from the Seventh Seal, that great Ingmar Bergman movie. We got the flagellants, you know.
Right. Yeah.
Uh, oh yeah, dude, no, totally worth a rewatch, man. Um, Great use of music. The main musical piece, though, is Wagner's The Death of Siegfried. It's used over and over again in this movie. To the point now where when I hear The Death of Siegfried, I think the theme from Excalibur, which in
Nice.
that regard reminds me kind of Kubrick, because Stanley Kubrick loves classical music, as you can tell from his movies. And so movies were edited by Kubrick specifically to be in tune with classical music pieces that in turn were inspiring what he was shooting to begin with. I get the same, like the same thing has to be true with Death of Siegfried. He had to have been listening to this on repeat while making this movie. Because it's just it imbues the entire thing, and it gives it the proper tone as well. They also use Carl Orff's Camina Burana pretty well too for some of the battle scenes. Oh yeah, there's lots of blood. You know, guys getting like swords run through them. The scene where Arthur kills Mordred is as epic as it should be, uh, and it does have visually because it's so unusual looking. Because it's so unusual looking visually, um, that combined with the language really does put you in the mind that you're watching some other different world, and somewhat like, and I would say similar to uh, the Green Knight from 2021. I feel like I'm watching more of a true fantasy film. Like they're saying like, oh, you'll be remembered for ages, but not they're not being like, oh, you'll be an English hero. You know, this is some other world, some other dimension, some other version of England is what it also feels like as well. So I highly recommend Excalibur. The main criticism I'd heard about it, beyond the fact that maybe people don't like the Merlin part being over the top, and if you don't want to see people doing wooden dialogue and wooden performances, and when I'm saying wooden, they're not that wooden, but still they're fairly wooden. If you're not into people doing just that if that's something that would really tick you off, don't do it. But a very interesting critique I heard about it is that this is an Arthurian legend with a lot of the Christianity taken out of it. Now, there are Christian symbols, themes, and there's this connotation in the movie that Christianity is taking over, that you're seeing the end of a pagan warrior culture going into something more like a Christian warrior culture, um, which I think is interesting. You see the same thing in Dragon Slayer, although it's a different movie in many ways. But that critique that they thought that it took more of the Christianity out of it, I can agree with. You know, because the Grail in this is not. They're not like, oh, it's the cup that caught the blood of Jesus Christ, like Indiana Jones. It's much more symbolic,
Right.
and much more like a magical item
Well, also, a
that
lot
can
of
be carried.
Celtic myth involved grails. Like grails were a very common thing for Celtic myths, and I mean, obviously, this
Yes,
an origin is Welsh, so
and
perfect.
that's another thing too. There's a big influence with this with the book From Ritual to Romance. Uh, is a very big influence on this movie as well, which is I've not read the book, but is essentially about a transition from pagan myths and ideas into the more Christian ones. And at the same time as well, you mentioned the Celtic thing. This movie was filmed in Ireland, and I mentioned that because the time filming in Ireland was considered dangerous because the IRA might kidnap you. And
Right.
so this movie apparently is very important for Irish cinema because it was one of the first major movie productions to be done in Ireland, and a lot of Irish actors were cast in this, who have several names I've already mentioned, and this is where they got their start and then became better known afterwards.
Huh.
So, very important for Irish film history. So, at any
Interesting.
rate, though, yeah. So, I'll probably talk this movie up maybe a little too much. This is one of these ones I don't watch all the time, but every roughly 4 or 6 years, I have to put it on.
Yeah, this seems
And
pretty
my last
cool.
thing about it too is there are some individual shots of this movie that are some of the very best I've ever seen.
Huh.
Yeah. But for those who don't like it, I get it. This movie is not for everybody.
Interesting. Yeah, now I think
But I
about
guess
it,
going,
yeah, I
go
do
ahead.
recognize a number of these actors as Irish. Liam Neeson's in this as
Oh
Gawain.
yeah, I think it's his first movie.
It might be, yeah, that seems about right chronologically, because based on his age, he would have been probably in his 20s at the time.
And then right after this, he's in Krull.
Wow.
What you see? What you've seen Krull?
I've seen Cole the Conqueror. What was it?
Oh
No.
God, Krull. Krull's like a sci-fi fantasy movie. It's one of those ones where like they've got they're using swords, but they're also fighting guys using like ray guns. It's
Oh.
that one's pretty fun. A
Actually,
little
Liam
slow and
Neeson would have been nearly 30 when that was made. Excalibur.
huh, okay.
He's 72 now, so it's 40 years
He's
ago when the
prominent
movie's made.
enough in the film. Um, so no, once again, I can really recommend Sorry, my bad. So I can really recommend this one. Oh, great. Oh, that's right. Corin Redgrave is in this. He's the father of the Redgrave family, which includes Vanessa Redgrave. Anyways, so yeah, definitely worth a rewatch for you then.
Yeah, I'll have to check this out. I have not even thought about this movie in years.
And I think that's all I've really got to. Yeah, no, that's effective. All I got to talk about with the adaptations. Going over all these, I think I realized also I'm somebody who's more interested in Arthur as a fantasy story and not as a historical thing. And I do remember hearing about that King Arthur in 2004 before I'd even seen it, and before I'd even seen parts of it, which turned me off from it. When I heard it was like, oh, it's Arthur, but he's like a Roman, and I was like, this sounds dumb.
Yeah, I guess that was actually probably my introduction to King Arthur, really, was right around the 2004 movie and then the Jeffrey Ash book. So, I mean, I went through a very brief phase, and I guess by that point I was 18, 20-ish, and it didn't last very long. But by that point I was also really into ancient history. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I was really interested in that Roman connection, but then it became, I think, relatively obvious that he wasn't a fucking Roman. And also
yeah,
that it was a myth.
yeah. Do you think then that it's like Dracula, where this is a myth that is based on somebody who was like a great Welsh warlord or even maybe a minor king for a time, whose
Um,
story just passed on?
I mean, to me, and obviously I would never put in enough work to do this, but the best guess I can come up with is that the best candidate would be Arthur McCadden or McGaden, uh, from the northern kingdom of Dalriada. So I sort of believe in the Irish Arthur. But I don't know who if anybody's ever really argued that. I'm sure some Irishmen's argued it, but
I'm
that would make the
dead
most
certain.
sense. Yeah, because he there is a poem that mentions an Arthur. It's a Welsh poem called E Gododin. So it's set up north, so northern
Mhm.
England, and then you've got that Irish prince who is a crown prince, leads in a battle and dies. So I feel like that's probably the closest match. That being said, I think the Ash hypothesis that you could have uh, Riothamus out of Armorica. That yeah, that could be maybe like one of the bases of this. So it could be a composite figure, but honestly, I think it's just wishful thinking on the part of the Welsh who are yearning for unity and for that kind of figure to deliver them from the Saxons. And then when you get to Geoffrey and Monmouth, they're the Normans are very much making this claim to we're both the kings of England and France. And low key, maybe Denmark and Norway too, because obviously Canute ruled England and Norway and Denmark, so fuck it. We're the inheritors of England, we can take Denmark and Norway too. Why not? Arthur did it, I guess.
That's good.
Yeah, because I mean, I guess if you think about it, at the time of Geoffrey of Monmouth and then of Chrétien, I mean, that's not too long before the Plantagenets, really. Or actually, I think it is the time of the Plantagenets because, yeah, Eleanor married Henry. That's the Plantagenet era, Henry II. So, I mean, the English at this time were extremely aggressive and looking to build an empire. So, this would be totally in line with their kind of ambitions. And I guess they're putting that in literature with King Arthur.
Okay.
Because Arthur is very much a conquering empire builder in the tales of that era once he goes French.
Yes, yes, it becomes like you were mentioning about Baden Hill being like, no, it's just one of many triumphs, right?
Oh yeah, no, like in the fully developed version, he wins Baden Hill at the age of 16, and he lives to be in his
My
40s.
God.
Yeah, like no, this is like it's just like his warm up act. That's all. And then after that, he's making an empire. So I think he also conquers Ireland too, if I'm not mistaken.
God, maybe, damn, does he make his way to Newfoundland as well?
I mean, he might
A
as
very
well.
last. Oh, I do want to make one last note. One fun thing about this: my brother had an Excalibur sword that I bought him, and at least as late as like the late '90s into the early aughts, if you were buying a, you were like ordering, if you went to like some sword store, and yes, they had one of these, they had one of these in the West Bank in New Orleans, all right, they had it in a mall. You had one of those places. They were selling a sword they would sell as Excalibur. It was always based around the sword from the movie Excalibur, which the design is simple, but it sticks out in the film. You know, no need for your sword to look ridiculous. I think that's also a good lesson they learned from Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. You know, um, Narsil, which then they remake into Andúril, the Flame of the West, is. I mean, it's a good-looking sword. It looks better than the other ones, but it doesn't look ridiculous, right? It's not like it's two-bladed or something,
Right.
or diamond encrusted. Anyways, so I'm pretty much done here. Do you want to do the super chats, or do you have more to say?
Yeah, let's go ahead and transition over to super chats. Because there were a few things I forgot when I was doing the main presentation, and I kind of doubled back and got to them. So uh,
Yeah.
hopefully this is not frozen. It looks like it might be. Okay, I'm gonna assume we're still good. All right, so our first super chat of the evening comes to us from Kurzak82 for $20, and he just says goal. So thank you, Kurzak.
Thank you.
Then we have Blue Ram Tetrasabora for $5 Canadian. He says, which of these movies is most historically accurate? Monty Python's Holy Grail, Life of Brian, or Yellowbeard?
I've never seen Yellowbeard. Actually, I've never seen Life of Brian. Those ones I keep trying to. That's the ones every time I want to see Life of Brian. I've seen parts. Actually, I did see Life of Brian. I was really, really, really young, but every time I try to see it, sorry, something always gets in the way.
Right. Um,
So I don't know. I can't say.
I liked Life of Brian. I'll go. I don't know what Yellowbeard is, so I can't comment on that. But I preferred Life of Brian to the Holy Grail movie.
I've heard of Yellowbeard, but I don't know much about it. Oh, great! Written by Peter Cook. That guy. I know that guy. He hated Robert Shaw, the actor who played Jaws, which makes him already suspect in my book.
All right. Next up is Arjun Jayaraj for $1.50, and he made a comment above that this is all he's got right now. So
He mentioned
hopefully,
inflation hitting him, so thank
yeah.
you.
So hopefully you'll get paid soon and things will work out. CS Ventura, thank you, CS, for $10. He says, loved your stream on decades in American filmmaking. Thoughts on doing one for your favorite worldwide films from every decade. I saw the Soviet War and Peace and was floored. USSR made amazing films.
Yes, they did. I've been meaning to watch that. Well, I've not. I say meaning to. Only a year or two ago have I been hearing people really talking up. Um, really talking up uh, the War and Peace, maybe the Soviet Union. It looks like it's fantastic. Have you seen it?
I have not. No.
Yeah. No. I mean, I could do that for decades. I think also revisiting that, looking at uh, what certain, because we were also talking about the best films representative of certain decades. That was a very fun stream. Um, Also worth it might maybe to talk about key films from each decade as well.
Right.
Ones that are explanatory. But anyway, sorry. So yeah, no, that's not a bad idea, especially considering international ones. Uh, I don't know how well is your foreign film knowledge?
Not that great, really. I mean, I guess the last foreign film I recall seeing would be Parasite. You know, the South Korean sort of
Okay.
equivalent thematically to Joker.
Last one I saw was, I guess, technically not foreign, was Spanish Dracula. You know about this?
No.
So just a quick thing. I didn't know this was a thing that they did then, but okay. So you're going from silent films to sound films, and they weren't doing subtitles. So what they were doing with certain American movies is you would film an English version and then a foreign language version using a different cast and crew. So when they made Dracula with Bela Lugosi, they made that during daytime. Then at nighttime, they had a crew make a Spanish language Dracula with a different cast.
Wow.
Now, later on, they found out that international audiences would have preferred to see a lead actor, a famous actor, and they'll do it with subtitles or dubbing. So that came in later. But at this point, they're not doing either one. So there's
Huh.
a Spanish version of Dracula. Uh, some people for the Spanish one. I'll go and say I prefer the Todd Browning one starring Bela Lugosi, mostly because the actor playing Dracula in the Spanish one, he sucks. Oh, wait, God, that was a vampire pun. Oops. So
Yeah.
sorry. But no, he's just bad. But it's been noted he does kind of remind one of Nicolas Cage with the way he acts. I'm like, huh, this is like if Nicolas Cage was playing Dracula, but he wanted to really be bad at it. You know. Um, that said, it does have some certain scenes in there are very well done, and there's certain parts of the movie that are better than the Todd Browning one. I'm gonna prefer the I just Todd Browning's one is a shorter film. It has the scene with the flower girl, which I think is very creepy and scary. And Bela Lugosi's just he's a legend for a reason.
I mean, Nicolas Cage. I I don't want to count him out because obviously he has shown the ability to act and act well. I feel like unless he's in a lot of makeup and you can't tell it's him, though, if people saw him on screen as Dracula, they'd just laugh at this
He did
point.
play Dracula in some movie called Renfield that I haven't seen yet, and the consensus from everybody is that Cage is great in it, but the movie sucks. But not
Okay.
because of Cage.
I
He
also saw
plays
him in a
Dracula.
I saw him in a horror movie recently called Long Legs, which is supposed to look like a '70s movie, and he's really good in that as the villain, who's kind of a Satanist.
I heard he was very good in the movie. I've heard the movie's good in general. Can you vouch for that? You liked it?
It's good. It's worth. You would like it. You would definitely like it.
Okay. All right, cool. Take a look.
Um, Next up is John Slaughter for 9.99. Thank you, John. Wherever is Sergeant. Um, he says, had Septimius Severus not died in England and ruled for another 5 years, do you think he would have brought the entirety of Scotland under Roman control? No, I don't think so. I don't. I mean, I think yeah, he was working on that when he died, but I don't think it was doable because again, unless the Romans are willing to plant heavy colonies to create cities as administrative centers, and then spend a lot of money until it can finally make money there, I just don't think Scotland and Ireland were attainable. So unless the
Hmm.
Romans were willing to really spend a ton of money to subdue those areas and spend a generation or two losing money sustaining legions there while making like no revenue and forcing colonists to go there, which would mostly probably require relocation of defeated rebels and stuff like that. I just don't see it as practical. So I imagine he would have bailed on the project the same way other rulers did.
Hmm.
Because Antoninus Pius was pushing his generals to conquer Scotland. That's why they created the Antonine Wall. But eventually they backed off after he died because it was just a waste of money. So most Roman emperors would have seen it that way. Um, Next up, we have Brad Ivany for $5 Canadian. Thank you, Brad. And he says, "What is your favorite color?" And he spells color, of course, with a U because that's how the
That's the
Canadians
proper way.
roll. Yeah,
What's the proper way?
the proper way is without the U.
I'm a supporter of the U. Also, come on, man. It's like the Pink Floyd song, Any Color You Like. Just doesn't look right without the U.
Yeah, well, I mean, I live in a world where America has become the cultural hegemon of the globe, so those extra U's got to go. And also, You need to learn how to use Z's and stop using so many S's. My favorite
Uh,
color. I don't know. What about you, Sean?
Green.
Green. Uh, yeah, I think my favorite color is probably. I guess if I'm gonna get super specific, I'd probably go with teal.
I would also say green, specifically darker green. Why do you like teal?
I don't know. I just kind of do. What about you? With I guess hunter green or whatever.
Yeah, I've always liked the color green to begin with, but which is there's an entire speech about what the color green means in the Green Knight, naturally. But also, green shirts make my eyes turn green.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, eyes change color depending on what I'm wearing. Like, but that one in particular, it'll make my eyes go sometimes bright green.
Yeah, that's interesting. I sort of have a similar thing with green, blue, and gray.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then finally, we have probably the best username I've seen in a long time, Midlife Crisis Actor for 4.99.
Perfect.
Yeah. So here's a fuck Mary kill scenario. Your candidates are Elagabalus, Cambyses II, or Charles II Habsburg.
God.
I have to refresh myself
Cambyses
on
the
Charles
second is
II for a second.
isn't Cambyses the second Persian?
Yes, he is the son of Cyrus who conquers Egypt and then dies.
Okay. Wait, that's not Cambyses the first?
No, Cambyses I was Cyrus's dad, if I'm not mistaken. I'll look that up. I'll double check in just a second, though.
I'm gonna check on Charles II Habsburg because I think I know who it is, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, I needed to check up on that one too.
Yeah, I think if he's saying Charles II like Stuart, I mean that would have been a tough one, you know. Oh, Charles II Habsburg. If that's the one I was thinking of,
Holy shit!
they just
Yeah,
had
okay.
that guy.
Charles II, the Bewitched.
I mean the one who caused a fucking worldwide war.
Oh wow, okay. And then I'm just gonna double check on Cambyses II real fast.
Oh, great! War of the Spanish Succession. One of the first wars to one of the first wars to go over the 2 million mark in Europe. Actually, it might be the first war to go over the 2 million mark. I mean, at least for this particular era, you know.
Well, I think this one is actually pretty easy then. Marry
Well, 30 years
Cambyses
war.
II, fuck Elagabalus, kill Charles II.
And Cambyses the second is the Egyptian guy.
Yeah, he conquers Egypt, and I guess he wasn't known as necessarily the best king. Of course, he's also uh, when he dies young, his brother takes the throne, and then Darius kills the brother because he claims the
Mhm.
brother was secretly murdered by Cambyses, and they
Yes.
kept it quiet. And then so he's saving the throne by getting rid of
Yeah.
this imposter. Um, which is obviously just an excuse for Darius to usurp the throne. I mean, it's a pretty obvious, blatant lie.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna because we have so few Persian sources. I won't 100% discount it, but I'm 90% sure. It's bullshit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's too ridiculous to be true. I mean, that's just it.
Well, I mean, some of the details. He actually is. His brother might have done something nefarious, but once again, like we did in our Persian stream, finding out how few sources we have, you know. Um, yeah, it's probably what you said, 90%. That's what the safe money is. Yeah, I mean, like I guess your choice. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, no. Marry Elagabalus. That's gonna be more entertaining.
Yeah, and then again,
Kill
you
Charles
do get
II.
to have some women with Elagabalus because his orgies were with both genders. So actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with what you just said: marry Elagabalus, fuck Cambyses, kill Charles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
What's our next one?
That is it. And I'm pretty sure something went wrong with the stream, but because we're recording this as well as streaming, I guess
Oh,
I
now
can
I've got
upload it
some on
later.
here.
Oh, do what?
Yeah, I've got some. I've got some other super chats on here.
Okay, well
I see
mine
plenty.
froze apparently. So
Okay.
tell me what
All
they
right. Well,
are.
here I'll start reading them off then.
All right.
Trey Peters, 499. Thank you. I'm an aviation head. A World War II or Cold War aircraft tier rank would be real cool. Hail Thersites, Sayer of Deeds. Nice title there, man.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know it. I don't know a ton about Cold War aircraft. I mean, certain individual aircraft, sure. Uh, World War II, I could do World War II, but there's just so many goddamn airplanes. You'd have to like really be like,
You would have to break it down by country, probably.
and even then you have to break it down by like how many were even made.
Yeah. So I mean, for the major factions, I think it would be doable. For the minor factions, it might not be worth it, just because there might not be enough of them to have a good sample size, and their pilot training might be kind of trash. So might not have a really good feel for how good these planes actually were. So like, I
My
wouldn't
guess
want to do
would
the
be
Romanians, for instance, because I don't think that would be fair.
my guess would be this. This is how I'd probably divide it. Carrier aircraft, fighters, tactical bombers, uh, medium bomber, heavy bomber.
So you'd want to say put the B-17, the Lancaster, and whatever the German equivalent would be all on the same list then.
Yeah, and what you also want to do, I guess in that case, maybe the Condor. I don't know. Well, that's debate. That's really debatable. That it had range, but it really wasn't made for combat. Uh, the other problem too with those is, I guess you'd have to do the major factions, and then maybe do their top three airplanes from each one of those, because it's just so much stuff, you know.
Yeah, I mean, because there's some I wouldn't bother covering, like the Brewster Buffalo or whatever. I mean, because I think it really only saw much service under the Finns in 1939, so it was outdated for America. I think it was used as a trainer here, so I'm not going to put that on the list, for
I
instance.
mean, it saw combat at Midway,
Oh, it did.
based off the island. The Japanese made mincemeat out of it, and they made mincemeat out of it when the Australians used it against them.
So I guess that'd be an easy low rank then.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But but once again, it's like, wait, how do you rank it? The Finns knew how to use it, but the Finns made modifications to it as well.
Yeah, they put bigger engines in it, and they were also fighting the Russians, who still had a lot of biplanes in 1939, like the I-16 Rata, which was a real piece of
Yeah,
shit.
and Russian fighter tactics are pretty bad even into 1943. You know, they read Russian. They like I read a book last year on the air war on the Eastern Front, and at least this author's point of view is that Russian fighter tactics didn't really improve until 1944, and even then, the Germans could still really get their licks in. Whereas by that time on the Western Front, the Allies were just kicking the hell out of them the whole way through.
Yeah, by that point, Allied pilots were very much better than the German pilots because they had a lot more training and flight
Yeah,
time and
I
all
actually
that.
recently heard that the death rate for Luftwaffe fighter pilots in World War II was close to 60%.
That sounds about right. Yeah, especially for late war because they really cut back on training.
Well, they did decent training for the pilots win in early 1944, but then the number they were fighting. The being fair to the Germans, they knew the Americans were going to produce a lot of stuff. They didn't know it was going to be that much stuff.
Yes. I think was it Goering said when he saw P-51s escorting bombers over Berlin, he said, "Well, we're fucked. It's over."
Yeah, yeah. All right, let me get to the next one here then. Thank you, Mr. Peters. Royston S. Bailey, you've done Stalin, you've done Mussolini. Don't leave Hitler hanging.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, I feel like everybody's done a Hitler stream at some point, though. So
by the way, I'm reading Toland's bio of Hitler. It's great. I have heard that Toland's is very good, especially at showing. I say human aspects. I mean, those oddities about a man, they get obscured or forgotten simply because of who they are, right? Like, oh, um, you know, you get what I'm saying? Like the fact that, like, it's like, oh, Hitler's favorite movie is King Kong.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
I would have never guessed
Like
that.
King, his favorite movies is Metropolis, and he loved, loved, loved romantic comedies.
Hmm. That's interesting.
I believe he liked Clark Gable, I want to say. Uh, but yeah, I mean, so anyways, I mean, hell, I mean, what with Kim Jong Il, he loved Godzilla movies.
Yeah, he
He
abducted
kidnapped a
a.
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah.
you know, um, um,
And I think for
both
my.
Mussolini and Stalin. Oh,
For,
both Mussolini and Stalin liked westerns.
guess that guess that makes sense because they kind of have the hero complex. They come into town, do some violence, and fix everything ideal.
Yeah, yeah. Like much like Biff in Back to the Future 2. Remember when he's got the ladies in the jacuzzi and um he's watching Fistful of Dollars.
Oh shit! Okay, I don't remember that, but
Oh,
yeah,
well, I'm sorry, I forgot to add my apologies. Thank you, Royston S. Bailey, for the money. Don't leave Hitler hanging. We didn't finish Stalin though, did we?
no, I guess we didn't.
Well, I mean, your boy, he was going to
Dries.
so much detail.
Yeah, I think we probably only would have like one more to do, right? I mean, there couldn't be that much more.
If
I
you want to
mean, to be
contact him about
yeah, I mean to be fair to
finishing it up,
Dries with the level of detail. I mean, he has written every level of his academic career from his senior thesis, master's thesis, and dissertation. They were all about Stalin, so he very
yeah,
much knows a lot about Stalin.
I do eventually. Did want to tell you that I don't know if I'd ever want to do a Churchill one because maybe I'm feeling even more biased, But I did read something where Winston Churchill in 1943 thought that was telling people the British at the end of World War II will be as strong as we were after the Napoleonic Wars. And quite a few people close to Churchill said that were essentially said along the lines of Churchill had many gifts, but long-term thinking wasn't one of them.
Yeah, I would have definitely voted for Clement Attlee. Let's put it that way.
Yes, definitely, definitely would have voted for Attlee as well. Uh, so at Churchill, I feel like it would just be us, might just be me bashing the guy. Uh,
Yeah,
but I would
apparently.
point out some of his very real achievements. That being said, um, I've been reading more articles on Franklin Roosevelt, and it's been a while. I read a New Deal book a few years back, and I think in the future Franklin Roosevelt won't be very good because that's a very complex and controversial man.
So,
Uh,
interestingly enough, with Churchill, there's apparently some right wing historian who's been making the rounds on Ben Shapiro and some of those shows, and his argument is that Churchill was the real bad guy in World War II, and that Hitler was willing to make peace, but Churchill wouldn't allow it.
in regards to Germany with Britain, he is correct. The Germans want peace with Britain. They do not want war with Britain. What the Germans fail to realize is that the British will always try to destroy whoever is the strongest country on the continent.
Yeah,
So you can say that's Churchill being dumb, and in one regard it is, insofar as Hitler is telling Churchill, I want to preserve the British Empire, I want you to still have your empire. Now, okay, you don't want to trust Hitler? Sure thing. I wouldn't trust the guy either. What I think is really comical is that Franklin Roosevelt did not hide that he wanted to destroy the British Empire. He is telling Churchill that in 1941. And the thing that's coming across to me is that Churchill seems to have believed he can manipulate the Americans and that they weren't that serious. And that also he could win World War II and preserve the empire. And what's fascinating to me about Churchill in that regard is that all these other major figures, Stalin, Mussolini, Roosevelt, and Hitler, if you got them all in the room, the one thing all four would agree on is when this war is over, the British Empire is over.
and they were right.
Yeah, so all four of those guys, that's the one thing they're all going to agree on. With Hitler and Mussolini, we're saying, why are you fighting us? You're going to lose your empire. Roosevelt being like, we're going to try to dismember the British Empire. And Stalin, of course, his whole thing is, well, we want worldwide communist revolution eventually, so we got to destroy the British Empire. Huh. In some regard, I guess in that regard, you could say that Churchill is in a really bad spot. But I would add, this might be why Churchill boosted the French as much as he did. Because one thing I did find out that Churchill did very well at the end of World War II was maneuver the French into a better position for the peace. So making sure that they had a controlling zone in West Germany,
Right.
occupation zone. Make also he favored Charles de Gaulle, so he's a big reason why de Gaulle is as big as he is. And I think Churchill, especially by 1945, is going like, huh, I don't think my allies are going to help keep the British Empire around. I better make real. And Churchill, to be fair, already liked the French anyway, so I think he was shrewd in that regard. I mean, he's not a complete idiot or anything. You know, he's got some political sense to him. He's a great speech maker, and he definitely has his moments. But I think in the case of World War II is Churchill kind of arrogantly believed that he could win the war and keep the empire when everybody around him is thinking, what is this guy, delusional?
Yeah. Well, he was.
Yeah. So, but I think I mean, I'm reading transcripts of Franklin Roosevelt telling Churchill, like, we can't fight this war the way for self determination and everything. It's very Wilsonian, and have you keep your empire. It's just not going to work. We got to
Right.
give these people something more. And he's also commenting, he's in Roosevelt's commenting the fact that, hey, India, sure, you've improved the railroad, but otherwise you exploit these people. There's a famine every year. And he's saying, we got to give these people a choice whether or not to be in the empire. And I'm like, dude, he's telling you up front, I'm here to destroy your empire.
Do you think Churchill was willfully ignorant though? Because I mean, I he can't be that dumb. He must have just
No,
been
I think
willing to delude himself to a certain extent about the immortality of the empire, and that eventually Winston Church or FDR would see the wisdom and greatness of the empire and turn around on the issue.
I think Churchill also just had the guy's really confident. I mean, I know all these guys are confident, right? But I mean, there are certain insecurities of other people that I don't see with Churchill. This is a man who is supremely confident in himself. I can see in his writings as well. And uh, I think he believed that he could pull it off. At the same time, Churchill did believe that he had to crush Germany once and for all. And this is important. I say Germany, not Nazis, because the German officer resistance is contacting the British all the time, and the British ignore them. Because ultimately, what the British want to do is hobble Germany permanently, make sure it never is a threat again. And once again, somebody like Hitler is saying, like, I want peace with Britain. I'm like, dude, did you see what they did to Napoleon? You are the most powerful country on the continent. This is what they do. You're the most powerful country. They are going to be opposed to you. That's how they operate. That's how they've operated for centuries. This is your delusion, among many. So yeah, I think that guy's Daryl Cooper who does Martyr Maid. Uh, um, I don't know much about the guy, but this idea that Churchill's like the villain of World War II, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it is
Yeah.
a dumb argument. I mean, and over the history YouTube sphere right now is just full of videos making fun of that guy.
Yeah, I grant only one thing. I'm not going to call Churchill the hero of World War II, though.
Yeah, he's not the
Uh,
hero, but to say that he's the primary villain is laughably ridiculous.
Look, at this point, man, I think my two favorite World War II leaders are like nation leaders are Franklin Roosevelt and Charles de Gaulle. Okay, and,
Yeah.
and probably I'm thinking my favorite actually out of all of them might be de Gaulle.
Also, a guy who's interesting. I don't know how much you've read about him, but De Gaulle's rival Giraud. Apparently, he was
Very interesting.
extremely eccentric.
Oh, dude, like France in World War II, the more I read into the politics and everything going on, I mean, like it's you start seeing that one of the reasons they lose is because they have certain officers who are very sympathetic to fascism, right? But then you've got guys who join up with Vichy, like Darlan and Vigan, the one who was the French general when France finally falls in 1940. Those two, are they're right wingers, but at the same time, they don't want to be that close to Germany, but they also don't want to be that close to Britain. So a lot of these French rulers are trying to plot this bizarre third course that goes nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Um, I really I've got a few books on my to read list I want to do next year on French politics right before and then during World War II, and really get into like you said, like Gerard, he's a fascinating guy as well.
Read
What's
Julian
going on in
Jackson, The
France is
Fall.
odd.
Read Julian Jackson, The Fall of France. That's a really good book.
Okay, let me I'm gonna add that right now to the read list.
Yeah, he does a really good job of explaining the preparations for the war and also the limitations because of political considerations. So that explains partly why you have guys like Gamelin and Wagon still around, because they
Well, it's
were,
interesting about Gamelin. It's interesting about Gamelin and Wagon is they were brilliant staff officers in the First World War.
yeah, when they
You
were in
know,
their prime.
yeah, I know, but it just yeah, when they're in their prime. And Gamelin, I think Gamelin was actually a better general. He fell for the trap. Gamelin, I'm starting to think Gamelin's biggest mistake was he didn't have a modern communication system at his headquarters.
That, and he also was kind of a political choice in many ways. So his job was secure just because he was the only acceptable candidate who wouldn't create a hissy fit in Paris. And the
Oh
prime
yeah, I've got
minister,
Fall France in the list.
yeah, because he was like
Okay, sorry.
one of the few high-ranking generals who's a political moderate, and so that's what the government in Paris was looking for. And so Gamelin was their guy. And I think that
Well, they
government was
needed
in
it
power
though.
from like 1933 forward. So
Well, they needed it
Gamelin.
because like Vagan there, he's like a rabid right wing Catholic.
Yeah, and the only
Um,
reason he's
but
brought in is because I think by seniority he probably should have been in charge, but his politics weren't correct for the time. Just like in World War One, I mean, we talked about that with the generals list with the French. I mean, your political alignment very much had an impact on your career. Although I do think it got exaggerated because the army generals, at least, were much more conservative than the population as a whole. So I think people kind of expected, like, yeah, our generals are going to be kind of right wing. We just don't want to be too
yeah,
right wing.
yeah. In the case of Vagan, while he was involved with the Vichy government, he doesn't last too long because he doesn't actually want that much collaboration with the Germans. He's that guy. That guy's also an interesting person. And then he's also the one he's in the rail car when the Germans surrender when they're not surrender when they do the armistice in 1918.
Right.
Just anyway. Sorry. So, anyways, don't leave Hitler hanging. I don't know. Like you said, there's so much on him. There's so much. There's so much on the guy. Um,
Yeah. It's one of those things where no matter how much we said, we'd never cover most of it.
yeah, and because he's. I mean, he had this long, crazy. Well, not say long, but he actually didn't have that long of a life. But he had a crazy life. You know, like I always say, like imagine a homeless guy on the street that you see becomes like ruler of Europe
Yeah, it's
20,
a
30 years
crazy
later. It's
story.
insane. Yeah, I think if I was doing anything that I could do a stream on would be Hitler as military commander, and then talking about how he slowly, gradually takes over the army more and more as things go on. Because it's in many ways death by not a thousand cuts, more like he grabbed one piece of it of the military power, then another piece, to where by the time the bomb plot happens, after the bomb plot, he's fully in command. Whatever he says goes.
Yeah, I mean, like we're talking
By
about
that time,
when we talked about the Battle of Bulge. I mean, he has Model on the front, and then Model is just kind of there because Hitler's issuing all the orders directly to the army commanders.
yeah, but also thinking about your two main commanders and undertaking the offensive both tell you this is not going to work.
Right.
You know, but also you talk about I don't know. Sorry. So I think there's more interesting things to be said about Hitler as a commander. One book that's controversial and I have some problems with, but is Hitler's Panzers East. But it does make a good case for Hitler as a military commander having more of a siege mentality almost from the get go.
Huh. Interesting.
That Hitler was less. It said that well, the author's contention is that Hitler was politically daring, but militarily more careful, especially on operational level, than compared to some of his other generals.
Interesting.
But the author does say that Hitler had a political daring that those generals did not have, and that overawed his opponents. But anyways, it's there's more interesting things to be said about him as a supreme commander than drugged up crazy guy.
Right. Yeah. And also, I mean, of course, a lot of his negative reputation is because the German generals after the war were trying to explain why they lost and saying, if Hitler just listened to us and let us do our job, we'd have won the war. We didn't make any
Or like
mistakes.
it's always easy to blame the dead guy who is one of the most evil people who ever lived. It's
Yeah,
always
and is
easy, right?
reviled universally, especially after the disclosure of the Holocaust.
Yeah, that's blame on easy mode. Although I want to be fair to the German generals, Hitler was not a good supreme commander.
He was not, although I mean, as we've already discussed with Stalin a little bit, and then also with Mussolini, pretty par for the course World War II. I mean, there weren't that many great supreme commanders. Churchill also was pretty bad as a commander in chief.
Yeah, I have come to the conclusion that Churchill is definitely the better of it's better than the other three you just named. Although I will say one thing: one person who had a high opinion of Stalin as a strategist by the time he met him was Allenbrook, and I think there's some evidence for that. I do think Stalin showed particular improvement
Yeah,
as a good
Stalin
czar.
got better up until late 1944 when he started playing games again with his generals, trying to make sure that he's limiting the success of some guys and letting other guys have easy victories.
But yeah, no, 41 into definitely summer 42. God, he's just a walking disaster.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he also, I mean, you got to remember, like, after the Russian Civil War, think about the two guys he promoted to high office. He chose the two dumbest people in the army, Budioni and
Vorshilov, your boy
Voroshilov.
Vorshilov.
I mean, so he chose his two worst generals to be the guys in charge of everything, and that's partly why his army was so fucked going to World War II, and also why the Winter War was such a disaster because
Oh yeah,
Voroshilov
well
was
he's
in
making
personal command.
well yeah, as you know, political. There's always going to be political considerations in command, but when political considerations are imbalanced, you're going to run into a lot of problems. You can ask Abraham Lincoln about that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting though. Like in the Russian Civil War, I mean, Budioni and Voroshilov were actually good. It's just they couldn't operate on a World War II scale. So it's kind of like if you just took a really good brigade or division commander and then you gave them a full army, and their only qualification is that guy's good at leading charges.
Hmm. Yeah, actually, you mentioned that too because I was reading about Gamelin, for instance. He had a stellar World War One record, and you're right. I mean, some of that's age and stuff, but it should also kept in mind though that Gamelin into the 1920s, even 30s, was doing things to improve the French military. You can make a case that French tactics, as far as integrating infantry with tanks, were good. The tanks are just dispersed, and of course, they have no radios.
Right.
I think communications is as big as Gamelin's biggest failure. And
Yeah,
he
that
was
and
acutely aware. He was acutely aware of how good the Luftwaffe was compared to the French Air Force at that point. He was no fool on that. He knew that was a problem.
I mean the Ardennes offensive because he had trouble because of the communications issues you mentioned. He had trouble trying to shift forces to stop the penetration. That and also where von Kleist armored thrust came through happened to be where the French Reserve Army was. So it was
Yeah.
the weakest part of the French line, and then you have the strongest part of the German army breaking through. So if just for a couple of differences in deployment, we might have a very different Battle of France.
I guess I know we've been going on a lot about that one as their thing. This, but I started to put Gamelin kind of in the Graziani category, where I think this is a talented general who is who is in a particular situation that is bad to begin with. They do make their share of mistakes, but is bad to begin with, and then it just gets that much worse.
Right.
I'm starting to think he's kind of remind me of Graziani in that regard.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I don't think he was incompetent. I just think he
Yeah.
like you said, I think the lack of radios was a massive killer for the French. And yeah, once that German penetration happened and the Allies weren't entirely sure where the progress of Rommel's division and other units were, that's when things really started to collapse.
Yeah.
Um,
And also keep in mind too that big tank battle. I really want to read more about that one, that massive tank battle north of the Ardennes. which is where Hauptner with the two Panzer divisions fights like the bulk of the French armor. I want to read more about that. I've heard it was a massive brawling affair. Um, that that neither side, it was kind of a draw, but in that situation, a draw is going to favor the Germans, considering most of the armor is going.
Right.
Yeah. So, all right, what do we got next? Oh, I'm sorry,
Go
I'm the
ahead.
one who has the thing. My
Yeah,
bad.
you have the con.
I had the con. Uh, Midlife crisis actor. Once again, great name. Thank you. 499. Excalibur aesthetics wise is how I envisioned the Song of Ice and Fire book are like. Uh, yeah. I kind of did too, with a touch of Lord of the Rings.
Hmm.
Like when I was reading the first book, I immediately cast Sean Bean before the TV show came out. And
Huh.
that's not original. I think everybody did, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I guess I mean I'd never encountered the books prior to the show, so I
Okay, now I read the first book, and I was first book like page 50. I'm like, I'm casting, and in my head when I read a lot of books, I cast actors or people I know, so I cast Sean Bean.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah,
he did a good job as Ned Stark though, that's for sure.
yes,
Actually,
he did.
I
He
like all
did.
the actors in Game of Thrones. Really, I can't think of anybody I looked at and I'm like, yeah, that guy sucks. They should have cast somebody else.
Oh, the one they got to play Euron.
Then again, I mean, if you just read Euron's character, who could you have cast for that?
Not him ever. That's not Euron Greyjoy. Euron, I'm not going to see who I'd cast off the top of my head right now because I'd have to think about it more. But Euron Greyjoy is a dark, terrifying character of very I don't know, it's he's a very they had released that chapter where Aaron Damphair is is captured by his brother and is in the bowels of the ship being tortured. Euron is kind of pure evil. Uh, it's a character. There's a lot of, interestingly enough, a lot of women who are fans of the books have a lot of interest in him as a character, and I've talked to him about like why is he so terrifying, And I, I'm a little foggy today because I've been at it all day, so I've been on the tired side. But that being said, um, the character in the show is just a crappy Jack Sparrow wannabe.
Yes, no, you're right. He is kind of just a little bit more serious Jack Sparrow in the show, at
Yeah, and
least.
yeah, Euron in the books is horror personified. Uh, a total sociopath, no morality, but philosophical about it too. You know,
Right.
he's a scary, scary, scary person. Uh, I mean, there's probably a few other ones I could think of that weren't like the best casting choice. What's your name? Who plays Sansa Stark wasn't the greatest, um,
Then again,
but I mean, she
Sansa's
wasn't
not that
terrible.
great of a character, if we're being
It's
honest.
a tough part.
Yeah.
She, I found her a bit hit and miss. And when she had to make her transfer into being like, I'm in charge, the episodes I saw of that, because by that time I really wasn't watching much at all. Maybe I catch a little bit here and there. She wasn't selling me.
I
But
thought
you're
she
right.
did okay
Most of it
with
was
it. I mean, I thought she did
most
okay
of it
with
was
that
cast.
part. I feel like the Sansa problem, if there was one, is uh, that part of the writing wasn't that great. Sansa's just not that interesting of a character overall. She doesn't have the same kind of arc that the others have.
Yeah, she's not exciting. I'll say this: um, she's much better in the book, much better,
Although, I
and
mean,
I like her stuff.
I kind of like Sansa in theory, just because she is, her only contribution is purely political, so she doesn't have the ability to affect things on the battlefield, but she can still be effective just by playing her cards right politically. And you do see her learning from being at court and her hardships. But I mean, obviously, that's not going
I
to compete with like Arya's storyline or anything like that.
Well, that's the thing is well, yeah, the Arya stuff in the book when she gets to uh the when once Arya gets to Bravos, I don't like it quite as much. It's not bad though. I don't know why. I can't explain why. It doesn't compel me as much. Sansa gets to the Eyrie. She gets to House Aaron in the books. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
Uh, but I guess like I have confidence. I guess I have a lot of confidence if Martin ever even finished it, right? But I have confidence of where he would go with the Sansa thing as it goes on. I have less confidence of where he would actually go with Arya,
Yeah,
based on reading
based on what
his
I
other
have,
works I've read.
because I've read all 5 books. Um, when it comes to the Arya storyline in particular, I actually think the show might be better.
Hmm. Yeah, in some ways, especially in the season 2 when she's hanging out with Tywin. I do want to make it clear though, Jon Snow is boring in both versions.
A little bit. I mean, I didn't have a problem with him, but he's not the best character by any means.
No, he's not. And like I'm with the Night's Watch. I'd knife the guy too. He's a idiot as a leader. Dopey, you know.
Yeah, it seemed like all their options kind of suck though, because the Night's Watch was not exactly replete with talent.
No, it really wasn't, especially after Jorah Mormont died.
Right. Yeah,
The
the
one
first
whose son
commander.
is Jorah. Yeah, yeah. Especially
Yeah,
after he died.
yeah. So after that, I mean, you had like some mediocre nobleman who had just been a time server. He was one of your options, and you have the treacherous guy, and then you have Jon Snow. So I mean, and Jon Snow's a teenager.
Mhm.
So yeah, if
Well,
those are your options, you're kind of fucked.
no matter what, though, yeah. But no matter what, we just have to remember there's only one king, and his name is Stannis Baratheon.
Yeah, Stannis is definitely better in the books, although he's not bad in the show.
Fun thing, big inspiration for Stannis in the books is Tiberius from the I Claudius TV show.
That makes sense because Tiberius was kind of dour like that.
Yep, I was like, and I've also always had a soft spot for Tiberius, So I'm like, okay, yeah, man, I'm going with Stannis here,
Yeah, I think Renly
Anyways,
was better in the show, probably. Was Renly in the books not very interesting?
well, there's a big difference. The showrunners were like, yeah, Stannis would be a terrible king. Renly would be better. And I'm like, they didn't read the books. Renly's horrible in the books. He's very charming, but you read what he actually is saying, and he's talking about how, like, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to murder my brother to become king. And he's a much more sympathetic character in the books. And the books show him as being kind of like a bit, I don't want to say bullied, but like convinced to be king by his gay lover, Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers.
Right.
And, and then you read in the books, I'm like, no, no, Renly's a complete and utter shit. He's actually one of the most rotten people around here. He's just very charming.
Right. Yeah, because he's very handsome and charming, like you're saying, but he's a horrible human.
Who's great in both book and TV show equally is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes, Theon is great.
Yeah. The actor who plays in the show, fucking perfect. And Theon's amazing in the book as well. Yeah. But also Theon Greyjoy and Jaime Lannister. Those are two characters who are the reason they're so good in the books is because those are two characters who occur a lot in George R. R. Martin stuff. Like a lot of his other, like characters like that appear in a lot of his other books.
I've
Whereas a
never.
character like Jon Snow, I don't think appears quite as much actually, which
Yeah, I've
might be
never
why
read
Jon
any of his
Snow.
other works. So I can't really say.
See, the Jon Snow chapters are interesting for everything not called Jon Snow. He's boring. The shit around him is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, so all right, let me go ahead and do the get to the next one here. Um, Philip Jablecki. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing. 125 PLN. Thank you. Sorry. Glad to see you guys having a great streak with these streams. With those streams, History Nerd Note, reading Roman history by Ammianus Marcellinus.
Yeah, Armanus Marcellinus, famous fourth
Okay.
century historian.
Right now, it's a surprisingly good read. I recommend it to you all. What's your thoughts on it? I've never heard of him.
He's the last great Roman historian in many ways. He writes a
Oh,
grand
okay.
narrative about. I think it's mostly read these days probably for the Julian stuff, so he was someone who knew Julian. And Ammianus is also a pagan, so he's fairly sympathetic. But he also does a pretty good job of coming across as mostly unbiased. And he ends his narrative at Adrianople. So he describes a lot of the sort of political developments of his time. And he also kind of writes on the same level as like a Sallust or a Tacitus. So he's a very good writer, good analysis, great descriptions, and he's also got military experience, so his battle descriptions actually make sense. Because that's not always a given. For instance, like
Okay,
Livy's
check him out.
accounts sometimes don't make the most sense because he had no real experience, but Ammianus's accounts are pretty damn solid. Um,
Okay.
and I guess I
I'll
said
look.
the last great historian. Maybe Procopius is the last. Ammianus is second to last.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Sullust and Plutarch, but I will check them out because, realizing, especially since there's been so many more questions and things on here about late Roman Empire, I'm noticing like how much I only know it in the broad strokes. So I'll probably check that out.
Yeah, Ammianus is definitely a good read. So it's not only informative but enjoyable, which is a nice treat, especially compared with some of the stuff I was looking at for this research. Like I looked at Gildas, and the main narrative of Gildas is fine, but literally of the 80 pages, 60 of it is just religious bullshit, just talking about the Bible for no reason.
Like no reason at all. Like it doesn't connect really well at all.
No, not really. It's just kind of like let me sermonize and talk about some of my random thoughts on the Gospels, and at least I mean I didn't read it in great detail. Maybe there is some sort of link there, but if so, it's the most verbose and unnecessary and indirect way to get there. Um, so yeah, maybe he just didn't want to write two works. So I feel like it's two separate works. Really, they're just kind of forced together into on the ruin of Britain, but most of it is just biblical exegesis.
Okay.
And I don't think anybody
Get
reads
upsetting because
that extra 60 pages, by the way, because it's just shit.
right. The last one I have here is Nimble Dick. Thank
Wow.
you, with £10.
Thank you,
Uh,
Nimble Dick.
one quick one for Sean. Have you read the Brad Neely biography of Grant? You, Me, and Ulysses S. Grant. I enjoyed it. Wasn't sure where the line between history and nonsense was. Would recommend. Thank you. I have never heard of this book. I've pulled up the cover. The cover is funny looking because it's Grant is standing with his uniform on. This is one of his more. This is one of his portraits where you can see he's being less sloppy looking, I guess. But the cover, his eyes are gone, like they've been cut out. So they're just white.
Yeah, I see
That
that.
that looks kind of funny.
It's like a Halloween
um,
mask cut out.
yeah,
Is this the
yeah.
same Brad
Um,
Neely who did the Washington song? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
whoa, was it Brad Neely who did Washington?
I
You
feel
mean
like it.
Washington? Washington.
Washington. I think I'm looking that up right now, but I'm pretty sure it's the same dude.
It appears
Yes,
to
it
be the
is.
same guy.
Well, let me make sure about the spelling here. Yeah, I bet it's the same guy. Holy shit. This is probably a good book then, if it's the same guy. Yeah,
Who's
it's the double E spelling. That can't be that common. So,
the
man. All right.
that song was a staple of the internet in its time. I think it may not be as well known today, though.
You're probably right. All of you go look up Brad Neely, Washington. He also made one about JFK. That one's good, but not as good. The Washington one was his masterpiece.
I did like Bring the Gold.
I don't remember that one.
It's just a leprechaun who's like, "Bring the gold, and I'll bring the pain." It's pretty good.
Okay.
All right. So no, I will. I'll add it to the read list. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. We'll see how it is.
And
Um,
actually, speaking of the Washington video, it sort of goes through, and I don't know whether he intended this or not, but if you just read it as how myths kind of snowball and become greater and greater and greater, it actually explains that without having to talk about it. Because it's just
oh
like
yeah.
he gets more and more and more over the top as he goes along. And so it kind of just explains, like, if you're wondering how myths snowball and how, like, King Arthur goes from being maybe a general to the king who conquered all of Northern Europe, then the song Washington by Brad Neely explains it.
Remember Washington? What does it say in the song? Like,
Six
he
foot
invented
tall,
cocaine.
made of radiation, 50 feet
Yeah,
tall.
invented cocaine. Um, he saves the children, but not the British children.
Yeah.
Uh, that motherfucker had 30 goddamn dicks or something.
Yeah.
Just like,
So,
you know, no, it's just like, no, I thought the same thing because, you got those like Parson Weems things about, cherry trees and shit, right? And throwing, was a silver dollar across the Potomac or something ridiculous.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, thanks for the recommendation. I'll add it. Okay, we got another one here. Mark Benevito for 999. Thank you very much. What do you guys think pre-gunpowder infantry battles looked like? I'm fascinated by how it really was and not just Hollywood depictions. I hear that modern riots could be a good idea of how they are.
So pre gunpowder is in edged
Sword and
weapon.
shield, huh?
Um, yeah, that's a good question. There's been a lot of debate about that. They're probably a lot more chaotic than we tend to think. And yeah, so maybe modern riots are a little bit of an example of what they might be like. And there's actually, I was watching the show The Last Kingdom recently about, the time of Alfred and the successors. And they were
Mhm.
there's a debate on the internet about how accurate the shield wall depictions are. Were they loose or were they tight? And there's a similar debate among the hoplite historians, by the way, too. And the simple truth is we don't really know. But here's my thought on it. If you can use equipment that's reasonably realistic and you can find ways to get in a kill shot or a way to maneuver in a formation, then
Mhm.
people who actually were doing that full time could also do that. So to say, yeah, they didn't have the skill to do this, it's like, why would you have more skill than they would? You do this like once every other weekend. You don't know. You're not going to have nearly the skill of somebody who actually has a life dependent upon fighting with the sword and shield, or a spear and a shield.
Hmm.
So that's sort of my thought on it. But there are a lot of goofy motherfuckers who are into that topic. That's another one where the community's possibly more interesting than the topic. Uh,
Yeah, I don't know enough to say except that I'm definitely the opinion that the battles didn't last terribly long because of the shock and raw violence of melee combat.
yeah, I think the estimate is most ancient battles were probably 30 minutes at most, with some exceptions. And then probably when they get longer, there's probably a lot of periods where people are just kind of standing there and breathing heavy and looking at each other.
And as you know, in the musket combat, crossing bayonets almost never happened. Uh, Once again, one side would run before the other one got there. Now, granted, they're not as well trained in hand-to-hand combat. The exception is always fortified positions. You'll
Right.
find them. You'll find them crossing bayonets and clubbing each other when they storm a fortified position. That's when that stuff happens in musket combat, at least. Uh, so it's a little different with the sword and shield since they have some training and expectation of it. But I think there's still a psychological shock to it. I would also wouldn't be surprised about the number of armies that maybe even broke before they even made contact in some
That
cases.
probably happened quite a bit. The other thing to keep in mind, too, is that when we see in movies the dramatic charges, like the charge of the Rohirrim in Lord of the Rings, except for maybe a very short period in the late Middle Ages, that kind of shit does not happen. Because it's extremely difficult to get a horse to run into somebody if they're standing their ground.
Yeah. Now you were talking about earlier about the bloodlust with some of these warriors, and I was thinking also about the war horses that they had being bred for violence and aggression. I will say one thing for Return of the King, though, in defense of that, at least the Return of the King scene, you do see the orcs starting to collapse, like
Right.
starting to fall apart as they're bearing down on them. So yeah,
Yeah.
but I guess the more egregious one in me to me that's also fantasy. So maybe they have horses that are trained for that or magically that way. But the really egregious one is Braveheart. That's just egregious.
Right.
Horses are just running right into spears to die.
Yeah, and the whole thing too is not only okay, you can technically train horses to do that, but think about it. Of all the horses you try to train to do that, not all of them it will take. So not all of them are going to be able to become that kind of war horse. And you're going to have to spend a lot of resources to get the horse in the first place. So you're not going to want to throw it away that easily. So you're going to be very cautious about those kind of charges. It will kind of be a
Yeah.
desperation maneuver. You're not just going to do it on a whim unless you're a complete
Yeah,
idiot.
Braveheart, I think don't they surprise them? They're like, oh, and then the spears just come right up. But I'm also like, man, those horses would have reared away much, much faster than that. I don't know. It's just bad, man.
I guess it would be the equivalent. I think the last stream we talked about, maybe it was the stream before last, like how an unsupported tank charge would be a terrible idea. That's kind of like a straight up night charge too. It's an idea that will almost certainly fail unless you do it at the proper moment, and you're going
Yeah.
to be wasting some very expensive men and material if you do.
And hell, it's the same. God, well, same thing in musket combat. I mean, you know, the board game I designed, Horse and Musket. Some people were like, these cavalry charges aren't very strong. And I'm like, did you throw your cavalry into a full strength infantry unit? Then yeah, you're gonna get blown to pieces.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd have just mounted up their whole army. I mean,
Or tried to.
yeah, they'd have just gone full Kentucky in there. So
Where somebody's like, what about the Mongols? I'm like, these horse archers.
yeah, they don't actually close. That's way different. Just like the Normans at Hastings, they would ride up to the Saxons and throw spears at them. They were not charging. They were trying to get the Saxons to break formation.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Oh man. So it was funny though to mention Excalibur. The movie does end with them doing a cavalry charge, and they go like, "How are we gonna do this?" Like the old ways, and they just charge right in. But it also is fine because they do it in the fog, so their enemies are confused. They don't do it in broad daylight against like a well-formed shield wall.
right. Hmm.
And by the way, Excalibur doesn't pretend to be some militarily accurate movie, even though the violence in it is grittier than most movies of its type, and they do have like medieval siege engines and stuff, but it doesn't pretend to be an accurate depiction of medieval combat. I mean, they got guys in the Dark Ages running around in full plate.
Right. Exactly. Which is one of the other elements against the historical Arthur is just the stuff that he's supposedly using and the castles he's inhabiting. Those weren't built for hundreds of more years.
Yeah.
So,
All right. I
um,
think that is. It looks to be it.
okay.
Nimble Dick did send just a thing here that said that yes, it's the same Brad Neely who did the Washington song. It's basically a full book version of that. Okay, cool. I'm sold. I'd like to read it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty
Um,
neat.
yeah, okay. So no, I was gonna say that's pretty much it. Any more Arthur thoughts? I got nothing else.
I
I
can't
gotta do
think of
some stuff
anything
before I go to
else.
bed.
I mean, it's one of those things. I've been teaching a British history class this semester, and I kind of got into it for a little bit, but I think that kind of scratches the itch. So I probably, well, so the last time I looked at Arthur would have been like almost 20 years ago. So I guess 20 more years, I might have some more thoughts on Arthur. But for
So
now,
everybody
I
tune
think
in 20 years from now, huh?
yeah. So
Well,
20
I
years
guess
from now, we'll
until
do another Arthur
then,
stream.
you should watch Excalibur though, and let us all know how it goes.
All right, sounds good. I definitely will check that out. I'm curious now because I've never really seen a truly great King Arthur movie. I think partly it's just because I'm not super into fantasy. I mean, I like the cutthroat politics. I like the combat parts. Some of the more fantasy elements, like dragons and magic and all that kind of shit, is kind of a turn off for me.
Yeah, Excalibur. The only thing it does have magic in it. That's hands down. But you're not gonna you can't avoid that with Arthur.
Yeah, that's true. That's probably why I didn't
I
become a
mean, unless
bigger
you want to.
fan.
Yeah, that's just inevitable. But otherwise, there's not like any trolls in it or anything. In which case, I do say stay very far away from the 1998 Merlin miniseries. Stay very far away then.
All right, good to know.
Yeah, that's for people. That's for people who like drawing like either fairies or trolls.
Right. Like
Yeah.
dedicated D&D players.
Well, you got those nerd fantasy girls who draw like pictures of fairies and elves, and the guys are like drawing like orcs and knights with a head and a pike.
Right, yeah. Or
Yeah.
Warhammers, yeah. Like in
Yeah,
the
Warhammers.
yeah.
Or just Warhammer, right?
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, guys. Fun stream. Thank you, man.
All right. Yeah, good times everybody. I guess when we figure out what we're going to do for next week, I'll announce it and we will plan on seeing you guys again very soon. So take care. Thank you for coming out tonight. And I'm just glad the stream didn't freeze as badly as it looks like it's frozen on my end. So thank you all, and to all a good night.